All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. You are coming off of one of the biggest turnarounds in history. Yesterday was wild with the whole tariff thing, but now, in about 5 minutes, you are going to be getting the CPI. Now, good news, bad news. Believe it or not, a lot of people are expecting the CPI to come in lower today, but here's the weird part. It doesn't really matter. Long story short, I already just read a note a couple minutes ago, and it was saying that if it comes in good, they're going to say it's outdated. But then if it comes in bad, that's going to be a warning about inflation. So it's going to be a wild one. You got a little bit of pullback. We're going to talk about what's going on here, but I think we're about to have another crazy day, Chattadonia. So get ready. You have 4 minutes. I got to warm up the Honda a little bit. It sounded a little bit better before I hit start. Well, what up, baby? So good morning. I hope you guys are ready. It's about to be a 0.1 move on core, which is good. But again, today shouldn't really be that bad in terms of the data. But like we talked about the other day, just the blue hair data is more important, sadly, for the market. You know, I thought about it this morning, bro. I'm up hella early. And I'm taking a piss, and I'm like, wait a minute. Why do I even wake up early for CPI now? No, seriously. I'm like, I should be waking up for consumer sentiment until they get back to hard data. And I was like, wait a minute. So, yeah, but like I'm telling you, people are already kind of writing this off. It just, you're still in tantrum mode. If you guys haven't figured it out yet, we talked about it last night on the watch list. Again, what happened yesterday was very big, but you're still not out of the woods, and some people are fighting that a little harder. I'm hearing people talk permanent damage and all of that, but long story short, man, this is what I meant. It's going to take a couple of days to recalibrate, and then we got to see what's up, but you're not really, even with this data, people are already overlooking it, and you are still in this back and forth mode, picking and choosing what to react to. So we might even get some good news today, too. Remember Japan and all that. We still haven't heard from them, but we will find out. I don't think you have to worry about China dumping treasuries, at least not yet. But for now, I mean, unless those yields come back, if TLT gives up that move yesterday and goes back to that level, I really believe that 5% on the 10-year, that is a real big danger zone. So we will see. All right, we got about a minute. We got too excited about the release. Hassett told reporters nations put serious offers on the table. Tariff timeline, CPI data matters to the Fed. Not sure if it matters to the market. Kevin Flanagan, chief income strategy at Wisdom Tree. Yeah, it's kind of sad, bro. So we got 1 minute, but again, and you'll get everything here on the wire. But like I'm saying, I mean, it's a trap of a data. Well, I would be surprised though. You never know. Maybe we actually get a blowout and a real reaction, but I really think in an hour from now, you're not even going to care about the CPI, and everybody's going to go back to arguing whether or not you should hold the rally or not. And keep in mind, you're down about 2.8 right now on the SPY. You went up 12% yesterday, so we will find out. I don't think it's halfway gone. I think you're right where you were at the close. Ta-da. I guess this was a little bit extra, but that was after hours or near it. I think good. It just doesn't matter. Let's see. I'll give you an update right now. Literally in the next 20 seconds, we'll get the data, and then we could pivot whichever way. But you're looking at either 0.1 or 0.2. But I really doubt the market's reaction on this one today. We'll find out. All right, get ready. It'll come across the wire again. Core is expected. It's all 0.1, 0.2, or I think 0.2 expectations, but they all should come in at 0.1. And we're off. Where is it? Oh my gosh. Bro, negative 0.1. Bro, when was the last time you had a negative print? What? Yeah, bro, 2.4 year over year. I need the core number. Mine's not loaded. Yeah, but it's good. It's good data, bro. I don't know, but I think it'll be short-lived. Core CPI came in 0.1. Estimate was 0.3. Headline came in negative 0.1. Estimate was 0.2. So, yeah, core just came in 2.8. That's probably one of the lowest core readings you've had in a... Yeah, bro, what the fuck is this? This is really good data. So, again, most people are going to say it doesn't matter because the tariffs are going to make it go up. You see what I'm saying? But this is very good data. So, yeah, look, sticky-ass core. You were not able to break 3% on core since 2024. Not once. But, yeah, now this is your lowest number back to, last time you had 2.8 was just like March, April 2021. And then you instantly jumped above the threes. That's a very good sign. So, yeah, we'll see what the market does with it. You're already in a good news, but, yeah, deflation. What about next? Exactly. That's what you're going to hear a lot of. They're going to say, well, what about next month? Even though, technically, some tariffs went into play on that data. Not all of them, but that data does encapsulate some of the early amounts of tariffs. If you remember steel and autos, that actually would be there. But, So futures rise after data. Traders add to bets on Fed rate cuts. So, yeah, that should open up the door. I mean, again, especially if Powell is feeling like his hands were tied. I mean, if that data starts coming in negative on CPI, I don't know what to tell you. But, yeah, it's very good. Headline fell unexpectedly by -1. March consumer fell by 0.1. Consumer prices 2.4. And, yeah, now you still got to wait for Friday. Because, again, I think consumer sentiment now, imagine what just happened. You just had core CPI go lower. And that's the weird part, too, because usually when consumer sentiment, the times where it actually flowed with the data, you would actually be getting higher prints by now. But I wonder what now consumer sentiment's going to do, because that's a negative number on, again, let me double check, but I think we had one negative print at some point. No, we haven't. Yeah, bro. That's crazy. So you want to know what the funny part is? You want to wait for this on the job market. You guys remember I told you that? I said wait for that one day where the non-farms prints negative. That's going to be important. But yeah, no, are you sure? I don't see it on the month over month. Yeah, July 2020. I don't see a negative month over month print. The lowest we got was 0. It's a relief for now, but with tariff-driven price pressures looming, this softness in inflation may be short-lived. So, yeah, I mean, everybody has to pretty much what's going to happen. Everybody's going to acknowledge the data, say that is good, but then it should be short-lived. That's what everyone's going to follow it up with. Again, do I agree with that? I don't know. At this point, I really just think, like I've been telling you guys, demand destruction and deflation. That's the thing that I've been really talking about and saying how tariffs ultimately lead to deflation. But, again, a lot of people are taking the over on that. But when it's all said and done, good data. You dodged a bullet there for now. But I don't think, if this was another day, if this was a couple years ago or maybe even just 6 months ago, you would have probably been ripping off of this data. But again, now the big focus is tariffs. And although we care about tariffs' impact on inflation, for now, people are still in tantrum mode. But we'll see. Good news, though. Good news, Chad Adonia. Good news. So, yeah, let me get you some more updates. But I think that's it, bro. 5 minutes in, it's good. Market reaction is going to be a little odd about it. And now we just got to get through everything else. Oh, yeah, and Trump's signing something today. What was it? I had a weird-ass headline earlier. What was it? And Trump said, big, beautiful bill. Oh, man. Wow. What? No, bro, this is the most bullish shit ever. I fuck you, Wall Street. All you fucking crackhead ass analysts. I don't even know if y'all paid the $5 to listen. I can't believe I'm already cussing you out at 5 in the morning. But I'm sure my viewers will understand because, no, bro. Are you ready for this? This is going to blow your mind. Are you ready for this? Because I've criticized this in the past. This is why I'm saying you guys are terrible, terrible people. U.S. CPI super core. You guys remember super core? Where they used that to ignore real inflation right in front of you? And they said super core. You remember? It was like core. And then they're like, no, super core. Because we want you to feel good with 9% inflation and not doubt what you've been told. But then when there's no inflation, we want you to doubt it and be scared. Right? So, U.S. Supercore, month over month, negative 0.25. Estimate was gain of 0.21. Supercore went negative. Are you ready for this? Year over year, Supercore 2.8 versus 3.7. So the one metric that Powell loves and has not been able to get down for 5 years, it is actually just plummeted. And again, you're not, but we are up 10%. That is the weird part from yesterday. But just to give you an idea of how Wall Street is kind of shifting their gaze to, because that, dude, if this, like I'm telling you, Supercore was a very, very big deal early during all of the inflation. That's what was the real driver of inflation, real estate. That's what I've always talked to you guys about when I'm like, listen, man, your goods, services is going to play out a little different. So, yeah, bro, that's kind of crazy. So, Supercore, negative headline. I mean, in another world, another timeline, you would have loved this. But for now, you're still in tantrum mode. All right. Yeah, airfares decline, motor vehicle insurance, used cars, and recreation. It's welcome news will help give the Fed cover when the time is right. That said, Atlanta Fed barking doesn't see impact on tariffs showing up till June. Food rose by 0.4. Market likely to ignore CPI. Energy fell by 2.4. Gasoline fell by 6. Russia and U.S. talks in Istanbul are over. So it was the smallest year-on-year increase for CPI since March of 2021. So, yeah, literally, this is when inflation took off. And now you've came back to below the starting point, pretty much. It's crazy. Yeah. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Amazon CEO says they're doing everything to keep prices low. All right, now we just wait and get ready for policy day. Woo! Woo, woo! I'll give you some propaganda. Let me set up the news now for you. Good morning.
Tax cuts through. The president sees this and he says, oh, look, they're working together now. This morning, they weren't working together last night.
Can they change the conversation? Moments ago, we just had CPI data. Let's bring Mike McKee back in for an update. Mike, you've had a second look. What stands out?
Well, a couple of things, John. We talked about grocery prices, and meat prices were up 1.1%. Chicken prices were up. Pork prices were up. So people will really be noticing it at the meat counters in their stores. More bad news for the president. He'd been bragging about the price of eggs coming down, but they rise by 5.9% on the month, which puts them up 60.4% for the year. Last month, it was 58%. So egg prices are going back up. Now, the China impact, perhaps. We saw furniture prices rise on the month, and that is something we get a lot of from China, up 0.6. Bedroom furniture up 2.7%. Apparel up 0.4 after a 0.6 rise the month before. Also something we do get a lot of from China. Toy prices went down, though. Maybe that's because Christmas and Hanukkah are behind us. Smartphone prices, surprisingly, go down by 1.1%. So maybe that's an inflation number that is coming, but is not there yet. The big, well, let me do housing because everybody follows that. Owner's equivalent rent up 0.4. That's a rise of 0.1%. So I was going to say the big thing that people are going to be watching going forward is energy energy prices, which were down 6.3% for gasoline, if that continues, it takes some of the edge off the food prices, and it does help the administration's case a little bit. But all in all, this is sort of a mixed report. The things that we thought would go down, airfares were down 5.4%, did go down. Some of the things we got from China did go up, and that's something that could continue with the big tariffs that they now have.
Mike, thank you for the update. Mike McKee there, following inflation data about 10 minutes ago. David Kelly of JP Morgan Asset Management joins us now for more. David, welcome to the programme. How encouraging is that data this morning?
I don't really think it changes the narrative much. I think, Mike McKee was pointing out that airfares are down 5.4%. Actually, lodging, hotels and motels and so forth, was down 4.3%. So I think what we're seeing is a lot of softness in the travel industry, which I think is going to get worse over the course of this year. It is the calm before the inflation storm. We're going to get some higher inflation out of the tariffs. I mean, remember, we left the 10% universal tariff in place. That's a lot higher than anything we've seen really for decades. So that's high. And then, of course, there's enormous tariff on China, which is going to clog supply chains and push up prices too. So I think we will get some inflation there. But what I actually see in the data, looking particularly at the travel numbers, is a sort of a deflationary tinge to the economy, or slowdown tinge to the economy already. So, I'm glad that the market rallied yesterday, and I'm glad that we've got rid of the worst of the reciprocal tariffs apart from on China. But I think that we are far from out of the woods here. I think that these data do sort of still suggest that there is a slowdown coming in the economy.
So the slowdown is what worries you more than the inflation, David, if I'm hearing you correctly, at a time where CPI just came in, when you strip out energy and food at the lowest level going back to 2021. Are you saying that that's really what markets ought to be focused on, both bond and stock?
Yes, because people talk about stagflation all the time, but really it's always inflation stag. You get the inflation first, and then you get the stagnation. And the problem is that with the labor supply falling away, with these impediments to trade, with cutbacks in government spending, government grants, and so forth, a lot of fiscal drag this year, I can see a lot of things that are going to slow the economy down. We'll get a temporary surge in inflation from this, but I think we're going to be left with a pretty stagnant economy afterwards. And the real question is, does that revolt in the House yesterday in terms of House members who are fiscal hawks? Is that really something or not? Are we going to have a bigger deficit in fiscal stimulus next year or not? If we have fiscal stimulus, then I start worrying about inflation again. But in the absence of major fiscal stimulus, I think people need to worry about recession more than inflation here.
Are bonds still the best bet? U.S. Treasuries in that type of scenario, recession, comes very much back on the table.
Well, yes. I mean, I think that, first of all, I think long-term interest rates at 4.3%, 4.2% on a 10-year Treasury, I think that's fine. And I think people need, I'd be level weight in fixed income. I realize that we may have a mild recession here, but, longer term, whatever recession we have, we'll pull out of it again. And these bond yields are reasonable for the long run. I don't expect inflation to hang around the long run, because, we'll get these tariffs, and then tariffs just don't work, and eventually we'll pull back from them, and that'll actually have a deflationary impulse in the economy. So long term, I'm not that worried about inflation. I am worried that there won't be much dynamism about the economy overall.
David, appreciate the update. I know you're busy this morning, so thanks for making time for us. David Kelly there of JP Morgan Asset Management. If you are just joining us, downside surprise on CPI. Market just kind of looks through it. Equity still session lows. We're down by 2% on the S&P 500. There is a bit at the front end of the curve. You see yields falling back by 8 basis points to 383 on a 10-year. And in the FX market, that unlocks further dollar weakness. Euro dollar through 111. We're at 111.15. Torsten Slock of Apollo is still with us. Torsten, David Kelly, calm before the storm. Focus on a growth story more than inflation. Do you agree with some of that?
Well, I'm not so sure. I mean, the last few days, the Fed has made very clear that they will also be focusing on inflation. So the real big question for them here is, do they want their legacy to be Arthur Burns, or do they want their legacy to be Paul Volcker? Because if they walk out the door and have allowed inflation to be a lot higher, then of course they will have a serious risk. So I do think that this becomes a very, very important debate inside the Fed in terms of what weight should they put on the dual mandate, when one side of the dual mandate says the Fed should be cutting, namely growth, and the other side of the dual mandate, inflation, said they should be hiking.
It's difficult to read minds, but based on the communication of the past week or so, do you get the feeling the weight of history is on their shoulders? Because
I do see some finer nuances between what's being said, in particular compared also with Jay Powell on Friday. Very importantly, can they get away with just saying, oh, we're going to cut, because long-term inflation expectations in markets are very well anchored, because survey expectations are going up quite significantly, both in the short term and in the long term. So it really becomes a matter of where do they put their weight when it comes to inflation. Is it on actual incoming inflation, or is it on some measures of inflation expectations which are well anchored?
But Torsten, you said it earlier. You have tariffs still in the pipeline. Can they do anything until they actually understand the rules of the road?
I think they do the same calculations, of course, that the street is doing in terms of the impact on inflation is between half and a full percentage point higher over the next 12 months. Then I do think that they come to the conclusion that the forecast is saying inflation is going up, and therefore it's going to be difficult for them to signal a lot of rate cuts. So that's why the market currently pricing 3 cuts. It does make sense that we have a modest amount of cuts, but not more than that, even if growth does last to slow down more meaningfully.
Do you have a sense of how close they were to intervening with the Treasury market yesterday?
I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that they bought $100 billion during COVID, of course, in March of 2020, every single day in the Treasury market. And I do guess that they were probably worried that they would have to take out some of the same tools if this were allowed to continue. So if both it was caused by Japanese sellers, if the sell-off in rates was caused by risk reduction in asset managers, and if it also was caused by the basis trade unwinding, that combination and the fact that we don't even know which of these things were most powerful just still created a significant amount of risk to financial stability if this were allowed to continue.
Do you think people are trying to drift away from dollar assets? Do you see that building over the past week?
I don't see that because the dollar would have gone down a lot more in the last few days than it actually did. So there are some discussions around maybe China or others were selling in custody holdings and just kept the money in dollars and didn't sell it and took it back home. But nevertheless, the fact that the dollar index just moved relatively sideways, the yen did appreciate, suggesting that it's correct that there might have been some Japanese sellers. But broadly speaking, the DXY index on my Bloomberg screen was relatively flat for the last few days, suggesting that this was not a questioning about US exceptionalism. I still think the US is exceptional, still the most dynamic economy, still the biggest financial market. We still have, of course, a lot of investors that are looking here to come and invest, and that does make sense. We just have, at the moment, some turbulence, of course, that people are thinking about, that this is probably mainly viewed as a short-term quibble in markets.
I hope you're right. Torsten, well said. It's good to see you, as always. Torsten Slok there of Apollo. Equity futures at the moment down 2% on the S&P. The opening bell is about 43 minutes away with an update on stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Just to recap the most recent data, March headline and core CPI both rising less than expected. A softer print with markets weighing the whiplash from the White House. The data is a welcome signal for the Fed. The central bank so far has been saying that it's prepared to stay on hold as it awaits any inflationary impacts from tariffs. And we have a deal in the luxury retail space. Prada is buying Versace from fashion conglomerate Capri Holdings. Prada will pay $1.38 billion for the company. Capri said it will use the proceeds of the sale of the business for investments, debt reductions, and stock buyback. Now, ahead of President Trump's tariffs, Apple flew as many as 1.5 million iPhones to the U.S. from India after it ramped up production in the country. Reuters reporting that Apple chartered several flights to transport 600 tons of its flagship product. Analysts have cautioned that iPhone prices will...
Thank you, Propaganda TV. Good morning, baby. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? CPI came in lower. Lowest since March of 2021. Lowest super core inflation is on the decline. Maybe it gives the Fed more room, but none of that matters, baby, because you still have to deal with volatility. So get ready. Don't forget some of the lessons that you learned this week. I think they're going to come into play right at the bell. But Chattadonia, are you ready for all of it? You have yesterday, the biggest day, bro. I've never seen anything like yesterday. And now day number 2, you got a little bit of hangover, a little bit of doubt, baby. So I hope you're ready, but good morning, Chad. How you living, baby? What up, Aiden? What up, Tim? What up, Ray? What up, Todd? Oh, Wise, Ernest, Malcolm, Laker, Jay. Good morning, baby. What up, Moses? What up, CYB? Battleborn, Jamar, Liquid Skitter, La Man, Open Pace Sandwich, baby. Dakota, El Chapato, Gus Gonzo, Brown Tom Crows, baby. Good morning. What up, Charmander? What up, Cinetic? Laurie, George, Juki, Chris, Caleb, Tyree, baby. What's going on? Are you guys ready or what? What up, Keenan? What up, Nano? How you doing, Daniel? Mr. Yeager. What's going on, baby? What up, Miguel? Are you ready? Oh, yeah, right. What about the Twitch? What about Razzle Dazzle? Ryan, Stormy, what up, baby? What up, Mercator, Mr. Mystery, Lizzie, Preforms, Payday Devil, Dio, Femi Seymour, Blazing Bob, Wild Boy, Dio, Epic, Dio again. I keep seeing Dio, Dev, Toy Soldier, Dio, Samrat, Dio, Blowing Dough, Robo Hand Tech, and Pie Guy, baby. Good morning. What up, Colt? Are you guys ready? So this one's a long one. A lot of news. I packed in all the headlines into this one. And this does not account for the data ahead of... I mean, they're just going to tell you the data was good and tell you to ignore it anyway. So don't even trip. Don't even trip. Here you go. Run it.
U.S. futures drop as mood shifts to trade war damage. Wall Street's burst of euphoria flip back to unease with a slide in U.S. stock futures, oil, and the dollar, pointing to concern that the trade war will bring lasting damage to the American economy despite still being up 10% from yesterday. That 2% give back is turning many investors into baby back bitches. S&P 500 futures sank 1.5%, indicating a pullback from Wednesday's almost 10% surge. The dollar fell for a third day. Bonds advanced and investors looked for safety in gold. The Swiss franc and yen Brent crude sank below $64 a barrel, while President Donald Trump's decision to pause some tariffs drove the U.S. stocks to a historic one-day rally. The focus among traders is shifting to the impact of an economic downturn and prolonged volatility. Consumer inflation data is due later today, and a Treasury auction of 30-year bonds will be a closely watched for any signs of nervousness around owning U.S. debt. The damage has been done. They've opened Pandora's box, and they can't undo what's been done in one statement, said Colin Graham, head of multi-asset strategies at Robeco Group. We would definitely be a bit more of a seller at this point. Colin most likely already shorted the shit out of this market and now needs to slow you down to cover. Other strategists echoed that view. Citigroup Inc. advisors are saying, don't chase this, don't buy the dip. The bank's global wealth head Andy Sieg said in an interview. Jefferies strategist Mohit Kumar advised allocating away from U.S. markets, and Tiffany Wilding, an economist at Pacific Investment Management Company, put the odds of a recession at 50-50, even if the tariff reprieve is extended. Companies around the world have already started hitting their own pause button on orders, and the upcoming earnings season is expected to show many firms slashing their guidance for the year. JP Morgan Chase & Co., Morgan Stanley, and BlackRock Inc. kick off the run of first quarter reports on Friday. Meanwhile, as Trump escalates his trade war with China, worry is growing that the world's two largest economies are starting to decouple as their respective exports to each other face prohibitive duties. We could again be seeing escalation and de-escalation at the same time, pulling markets in different directions, wrote Philip Murray, senior U.S. strategist at Rabobank. Policy uncertainty is likely to remain a drag on business investment, while investors may be seeing U.S. treasuries in a different light now. China's top leaders have planned to meet on Thursday to discuss additional stimulus, and Beijing is also letting its currency weaken to offset the pressure on the economy. The onshore yuan dropped to levels last seen in 2007 against the dollar on Thursday before pairing the move. Elsewhere, European and Asian markets rallied as investors caught up to the previous day's rally on Wall Street. The Stoxx 600 index was up almost 5%, the biggest gain since 2020. Corporate highlights how Walmart Inc. has asked a factory in China to leave price stickers off Christmas ornaments due to deep price uncertainty caused by U.S. tariffs. U.S. Steel Corp shares dropped 12% after Trump said he didn't want a Japanese company to buy the steel manufacturer. U.S.-listed Chinese e-commerce stocks Alibaba Group Holding Limited and PDD Holdings Inc. gained after Trump said he can't imagine increasing tariffs on China any further. Tesla Inc. and Nvidia Corp. lead losses in the Magnificent Seven stocks. Retail stocks, including Nike Inc. and Lululemon Athletica Inc., also dropped in pre-market trading. Vigilantes strike again for all of the attention paid to the slump in stocks since Donald Trump announced his tariffs. In the end, it was the bond market that prompted him to reverse course. Yields soared as trade levies took effect just after midnight yesterday, with the 10-year Treasury seeing its biggest three-day jump since 2001. Within 14 hours, Trump would go on to execute one of the biggest economic policy reversals in modern presidential history, implementing a 3-month pause on expanded tariffs on dozens of countries and rallying stocks that had been in free fall since his announcement a week earlier. Today, bonds are gaining again, sending yields lower. The blink came sooner than we expected, probably forced by the market, said Mohit Kumar, strategist at Jefferies International. Traders are now bracing for prolonged negotiations that could weigh on markets for months. They will face the increasingly complicated task of trying to figure out how shifts in global trade will impact the twin levers of growth and inflation, both important drivers of rate expectations. Fed leans against inflation and away from preemptive rate cuts, and Federal Reserve officials are prepared to hold their policy rates steady to minimize the risk that President Donald Trump's tariffs trigger a persistent rise in inflation, even if the labor market softens further. In public comments and interviews, a number of officials have sent a clear signal they are ruling out interest rate cuts that would act as an insurance policy against any tariff-induced economic slowdown. Policymakers are instead doubling down on their commitment to keeping inflation and Americans' expectations for price growth in check, a posture that will likely keep them on hold absent a significant rise in unemployment. Trade tariffs. Trump gives 90-day reciprocal tariff pause on most countries. China hit with 125% tariffs. Trump's reversal came about after hearing mounting concerns about market rout, global recession, Washington Post. Key factors in Trump's pivot include Besant's influence, countries willing to negotiate, market sell-off, business concerns, Axios. Despite Trump pause on higher reciprocal tariffs, U.S. tariff rates still at historic high. Bloomberg, China's Xi, unlikely to cave to U.S. pressure, opting for a confrontational approach in response to Trump's escalations. Bloomberg, Trump's escalating tariff war against China, fans decoupling concerns. Bloomberg, as China builds up trade war arsenal. Chinese sellers on Amazon preparing to raise U.S. prices or leave market due to tariffs. Reuters link Bloomberg FT. Treasury Secretary Besant confident of reaching deals with allies, warns countries against aligning with China. Reuters. Canada and Mexico tariffs not covered under USMCA trade pact remain in effect. Bloomberg. Trump administration considering plans to offer assistance to farmers amid worries about the U.S.-China trade war. Bloomberg. Bill Ackman says U.S. corporations are moving supply chains from China to countries likely to secure favorable tariff deals. Reuters. Global trade starts to slow. Bloomberg, as Asian nations look to strike deals with U.S. following Trump's tariff pause. Bloomberg. Trump wants to end so-called non-tariff barriers, including EU regulations that keep out U.S. poultry. Trump's escalating tariffs are dimming the outlook for later this year for U.S. container imports. Reuters. Bloomberg. EU president welcomes Trump's pause on reciprocal tariffs and advocates for a zero-for-zero tariff agreement. NY Times FTN. Markets. Trump's tariff pause sparks big reversal across asset markets. Bloomberg link. Mag 7 regain $1. 5T in market value. Reuters. Treasury 2Y yield logs biggest intraday spike since 2009. Bloomberg. Reuters. Bloomberg. 10Y auction well received. Reuters. Corporate credit under pressure with junk spreads widening by most since March 2023 regional banking crisis. Reuters. Treasury market stresses were building amid unwinding of swap spread trades, widening bid-ask spreads. Reuters. Sell-off in U.S. bonds and dollar raises questions about the traditional safe haven status awarded to both assets. NY Times. Retail traders did well on market reversal, nearly breaking even YTD after consistently buying despite market downturns. Bloomberg. Tariff worries cause healthcare group Stada and buy now pay later fintech company Klarna to push back IPO investor events. Link. China. China's leaders will meet to discuss stimulus to counter U.S. Focus will be on housing, consumer spending, and innovation. Bloomberg. China stocks rally amid stimulus hopes. Bloomberg. Yuan falls to lowest level since 2007. Bloomberg. Chinese state newspaper suggests it's time for PBOC to ease monetary policy to support the economy. Bloomberg. China's national team led coordinated effort in bolstering stock markets with massive coordinated share buying. FT. Central banks' FOMC minutes show participants concerned about prolonged inflation due to tariffs. Reuters. Bloomberg. Fed officials lean away from insurance rate cuts with focus on inflation risks. Bloomberg. Reuters. Cleveland Fed's Hammock says U.S. financial markets functioning well despite recent volatility. Bloomberg. Minneapolis Fed's Kashkari noted tariff delay may lessen inflation impact, dashes near-term rate cut hopes. Yahoo Finance. Traders now expecting fewer rate cuts this year after Trump pauses higher reciprocal tariffs. Reuters. Economy. U.S. CPI forecast to show moderation in headline and core inflation in March. Bloomberg. New York Times. American CEOs brace for recession despite Trump's tariff reprieve as uncertainty likely to persist. Bloomberg. American stockpile on goods amid worries about shortages, price increases, and supply chain shocks. Goldman Sachs drops U.S. recession call following Trump's tariff reprieve. Bloomberg. China deflation pressures persist as Trump ratchets tariffs higher. Reuters. CNBC. Germany launches economic overhaul to counter Trump tariffs and avert third recession. Politico. Washington. House delays vote on Senate budget resolution amid intra-party divisions over deficits and spending cuts. Axios. Some GOP lawmakers fume at lack of notice from White House on tariff pause move. Axios. White House directed agencies to expedite repeal of regulations deemed unlawful, bypassing standard rulemaking. Bloomberg. White House reportedly threatens to terminate consulting contracts after calling firms' savings proposals insulting. FT. Trump signs EO to review Pentagon's weapons acquisition process, focusing on delayed programs and cost overruns. Reuters. Trump signs EO to fund U.S. shipbuilding, increase fleet of U.S.-flagged ships, and create a security plan for Arctic trade. Reuters. Group of House Democrats launching a concerted campaign to force Elon Musk out of the Trump administration by 30 May. Axios. Corporate. Sources say Apple has airlifted 600 tons of iPhones from India to get ahead of Trump tariffs. Reuters. FT. TSMC quarterly revenue beats estimates on AI and smartphone demand ahead of U.S. tariffs. Bloomberg. At its investor day, Walmart executives address tariff concerns, emphasizing ability to navigate turbulent periods. Walmart asks factory in China to leave price stickers off Christmas ornaments due to tariff uncertainty. Bloomberg. Microsoft confirms it is slowing or pausing some AI data center projects. AP. Dell reduces PC discounts as businesses sound warning on costs due to tariffs. Bloomberg. Airlines hopes for bumper 2025 clouded by trade battle. Delta scraps financial outlook. OpenAI accuses Musk of year-long campaign to damage the startup and requests court order to stop him. Bloomberg. Axios. Trump says he does not want U.S. steel to be owned by a Japanese company. Bloomberg. Google unit partnering with electrical grid operator in PJM interconnection to roll out AI in bid to speed up connections. Reuters. Samsung and Google Cloud expand partnership, bring Gemini to home robot Bally. Bloomberg. Constellation forecasts FY profits below analysts' estimates, citing impact of steep tariffs on its beers and spirits business. Reuters. JCPenney owner Catalyst Brands announces it will cut 9% of corporate staff. Bloomberg. U.S. shale oil producers face significant threats from a crude price sell-off linked to Trump's trade war. FT. BMW quarterly sales dragged down by China slump. Bloomberg. Reuters. Volkswagen warns Q1 earnings fell short of expectations due to one-off items including early impacts from U.S. tariffs. Geopolitics. Trump repeats willingness to use military force to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapon. Bloomberg. U.S. and Russia swap prisoners. U.S. and Russian delegations arrive for talks in Istanbul on diplomatic missions over Ukraine peace. Reuters. UK and France's proposed coalition of the willing risks stalling after White House fails to offer security guarantees. Bloomberg.
Oh, we're supposed to have more. Oh, I guess he cut out. He got tired. Oh, Bloomberg. Well, there's more, Chad. There's more. Good morning. Happy negative CPI day? No, you don't feel it? Oh, I know. All right. S&P futures are lower, down by 2.6 on Thursday morning trading near the worst pre-market levels. Follows a Wednesday rally on record volume that saw the S&P surge over 9.5%, the biggest gain since October 2008 and the third biggest performance since 1950. NASDAQ rallied 12%, adding more than $2 trillion in market cap. Treasuries followed a big backup in yield since last Friday. Dollars off by 1.1, gold is up by 1.9, Bitcoin down by 0.7, and WTI down by 0.6. Stocks giving up some of their monster Wednesday rally, a good chunk of which was chalked up to oversold conditions, positioning, and short covering. While the Trump pause on higher reciprocals is a key off-ramp, trade policy volatility expected to remain an overhang. In addition, growth and inflation risk from Trump trade policy still very much on the table, with the decision to keep 10% universal tariff in place and seemingly unrelenting ramp-up in U.S.-China trade tensions. Outside of trade, fiscal policy under scrutiny, with House Speaker Johnson forced to scrap a planned vote on Senate's reconciliation bill due to opposition from deficit hawks. Also, more discussion in the press about Fed pushback against preemptive rate cuts amid concerns about tariff impact on inflation expectations. Headline: March decreased by 0.1 month over month, cooler than consensus, and lower energy prices. Core CPI rose by 0.1, below the 0.3 forecast. Airline used car prices saw decreases. Core dropped to 2.8 year over year, the first move below 3% since April 2021. Nevertheless, the report comes from before the current month's tariffs announcement. Initial jobless claims registered 223. Up week over week, but light of consensus. Continuing claims were lower than expected. Busy morning of Fed speak. Logan, Schmid, Goolsby, and Harker on the docket, along with Bowman confirmation hearing for Vice Chair of Supervision. Treasury supply and focus with $22 billion of 30-year bonds. March PPI, preliminary university consumer sentiment, and inflation expectations for April out on Friday. Musalim and Williams are speaking that morning. Still very quiet in terms of corporate news ahead of the start of bank earnings on Friday. KMX EPS came in light. Microsoft confirmed slowing or pausing some AI data center projects. TSM Q1 sales ahead on AI smartphone demand, though some focus on potential front-loading ahead of tariffs. Costco reported stronger than expected March comp growth of 6.4, with both traffic ticket up and continued strength in e-commerce. Constellation reported mixed fourth fiscal quarter 4 results in softer full 26, full 27-28 beer guidance. DXCM boosted by FDA approval for glucose monitor. X hit by Trump comments about how he did not want to see a company go to Japan. Hogg, board representative of second largest shareholder, stepped down over concern about direction under current management. And then MODG to sell Jack Wolfskin business to Anta Sports for $290 million in cash. Wow. Not bad. Not bad at all, baby. And yeah, that's it. You already had the long AI. So, excuse me. So now we get plays. There's a couple of pre-market movers. Let it load up here for a second. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, it's mad early. CCEP, they're up by 2, nothing. RKT, 2, nothing. Guild, 1.4, nothing. SO is up by 1.2. BKE is up by 5.7. March Comps up 3.7. MODG is up by 5.7. SBLK up 2.6. AGL up 2.3. Cross is up by 15.7 to evaluate strategic alternatives and limited duration shareholder right plan. APYX up 15. Love up 14. WGRX up 10 to acquire Peak Healthcare Technologies. Prop is up by 9.9. Hedging update. BYRN is up by 2.5 off earnings. Gold and silver related stocks trading higher. Chinese ADRs also trading higher, trading lower. U.S. Steel down by 10. Trump comments. Stellantis down 8.4. Trump auto tariffs not impacted by 90-day pause. KMX down 7.7 off earnings. CCL down 3.9. Morgan Stanley downgrade. MSTR down 4. Net down 3.7. Duolingo down 3.7, Snap down 3.7, AUR down 3.4, Goldman upgrade, Ford down 3.2, Goldman downgrade, GM down 3.0, UBS downgrade, STZ down 2.9, earnings and divestiture, Amazon down 2.9, Andy Jassy annual shareholder letter. And then Hassett says Trump has good relationship with Xi, but no talk yet. And then A&F down by 8, nothing. DEA down 7.8, reduction of quarterly dividend, reverse stock split, and reaffirms 2025 guidance. QS down 6.2, UBS downgrade, Joby down 3.7, Mara down 3.7, Unity down 3.6, ASTS down 3.5, Roth Capital buy, AES down 2.1, Jeffries downgrade, Lemonade down 2.9, discloses data incident and termination of warrant agreement with Chewy Insurance Services, Lucid down 26, or LUCD, common stock offering, ARCAT down 7.4, 30 million registered direct offering, semis trading lower, and then oil and energy down by 2.8. And that's it. That's it, baby. Oh, yeah. So, Chattadonia, we are mad early, bro. Do you guys realize that? Like, we are really, really early. That's it. All the headlines. All that matters is CPI. But not really. But I really think this hangover day and how we get through it, I still think it's going to be a big one. Make no mistake. Like I said, I've never really seen a day like yesterday. A lot of people haven't. And even if they have, I don't know if they remember it. But that's why whatever happens here today, I have no expectation. And I would be very, very fluid. But remember, tomorrow you're going to get the data that probably should have the reaction you wanted today. Because, again, CPI, well, I still think we're in tantrum mode. I mean, you guys see the bonds. You guys see the SPY. I mean, just at one point, I don't know if you remember how many times you changed your portfolio or trades based off of this inflation data. I mean, when it's the ironic part about all of this is, remember, everybody was worried about prices going up with all of it, even though we have certain ideas. So give it some time and see. But when it's all said and done, I think you're really in tantrum mode. You just went up 10% in one day. Some people think there's permanent damage. Some don't. You're now going to go through it. But this is what I meant by like recalibration. It's going to be tricky here. But when it's all said and done, I think our work is going to be cut out for us. Really wait for policy. Watch what the bonds do. That 30-year bond auction will be important today. I don't think it's as critical as yesterday because you got a little bit of wiggle room. But other than that, we'll see where that all leads us. And then before you know it, everybody will be getting ready for earnings and the data tomorrow. Yalla. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're living good. And we're early. We might as well knock this out. And then maybe, I guess we could free the I think we could free the Chads, bro. I think we could free the Chads. Where is it? Well, not now, but after we do something more important. You don't know what it is? Oh, I know what it is. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Oh, the market could throw a tantrum. But I would rather throw love and respect to some group of people that I really, really believe in. And I think I owe them. They've given up so much for me. And every day I get to take advantage of the freedom of this country. And what I'm talking about is the veterans of the United States of America. Before we chase the dollar, before we go to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to that special group because they have already made a sacrifice for all of us, and every single day we get to live in it. So, veterans, active service, past service, even the families, for real, thank you for everything you guys have done. I hope you know you are loved and appreciated. If anybody should be getting that long-term in a crib, it should be you. So let us help. Even yesterday, don't buy land too. I'll at least keep you away from the mistakes, man. But for real, thank you guys for your service. I hope you know what you have done already is the most honorable thing you can do. And if you have not served, and if you're not bringing this love and appreciation to real life, I don't know, and I think you should work on that because you may not really understand value if that's the case. So, veterans, the families, Thank you for everything, baby. And big shout out to anybody else giving back to their local communities. Doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the judge! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, Chadadonia. Chadadonia. Are you ready? White House Economic Advisor Moran. President is buying time to create trade deals. U.S. ATF Director retires under pressure from Trump administration. Uh-oh, hot dog. All right, baby. Are you guys ready or what? That's it. We have 15 minutes until the bell. I don't know if you've been there. I feel bad because now you're so early and now you just got to sit there and watch TLT and the bonds and the stocks and be like, I thought the data were good. I thought the people, why they know? I remember inflation. How come I thought inflation's scary? Why no inflation? Hold on. So get ready, baby. But if you have any questions, yeah, this would be the moment. Oh, yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited, bro. I've never seen this in my life. Fuck all of y'all, man. If y'all ain't... I have zero expectations, and I'm ready to go. I want to see what they're going to throw at us. And again, I would be careful of the prices. That's what I was saying yesterday. I told you I kind of lean more towards price hangover just because of how much we moved, you know? But be on the lookout for that, and you guys will be good. Stream alerts, I encourage you guys to, read what you signed up for. But please do not harass me in the chat for stream alerts because I'll just permanently ban you from both. Why do I say that? Because I'm not trying to give you a fucking... I raised the price so you guys wouldn't buy it, and you guys started buying it, and now are going to spam my chat with it. So, no, it's not going to work like that. Like it says, 24 to 48 hours. Either be patient, don't let the FOMO get to you, and yeah, that's it. So you'll be good. Short sellers are still up 112 billion for 2025. So I think that's part of it, too. Do you guys realize that the prime book shorting right now is one of the highest it's ever been? So that's part of it too. Just make no mistake. You just had a 10% move, but I would argue, I'm pretty sure it's the highest hedge fund shorting that we have seen in about 3 years. Oh yeah. You have a lot. What do you mean? Did you guys not? I think a lot of people got clapped even just from the other day. If you shorted early, you're making out like a bandit. But I think there's some people who got into the lows because you got to think about it. The last 2 days, bro, people were getting very, very bearish. Look around. You saw the bonds and everything else. So people were piling on. But now you have a very weird gap with some people are still up a lot and they have to make their decision. There's some people now underwater. And then we're going to have to go through the cycling of the back and forth. So we'll see. But other than that, should be an exciting time. Oh, yeah, we don't even have to move to Gen Pop. I'm just going to open up the chat. So, yeah, right now it's on members, so you guys don't have to go anywhere today. And then you can refresh, and then your background play will work because YouTube hate you. You are Gen Pop. What? What does that mean? I don't know. Short sellers targeting companies with market caps greater than 1 billion lost 75 billion on Wednesday's market rebound. Jeez. That's crazy. How do you find the cheap options 30 days out? You got to look. And that's where it's it's not only just being cheap, but like we talked about yesterday on the watch list, and the watch list is on this channel, if you guys want to go see it. But at the end of the day, it's about finding the break even. And some plays, they may be cheap, but you want to make sure you get a low break even. And that's what it starts with. You'll find cheap, even 1 penny plays, but you got to start looking for them. Usually they have less time, and then you got to kind of make sure that just because it's a low price, make sure the break even makes sense. Because I think a lot of people think everything is cheap when that's not really the case. And then like we showed yesterday, that play that I wanted, it was a gem at 30, 40 cents, but it's overpriced at 60, 70 cents. And that's what you got to be careful for today. That's what I'm worried about, is that I think there will be some very shitty plays out of the money that are going to be very expensive. And then by middle of the day, you'll kind of watch them decay, and then you'll see that there's some names, even though the stock's going up, the price in the morning had a lot more hype. So good question, but be careful of that too. If we give up yesterday's gain, I have to post a picture in a swimsuit. I was just trolling because I saw some random girl, like it showed it on my Twitter, and it was some girl, like one of those like trading hoes, and they were like, I'm going to post a picture in a bikini if it goes down. So I was like, I wonder what would happen if I do it. So yeah, no, Kelly did it after I did it. I'm not calling her. It was like a real like trader hoe. You guys know those exist? You guys know that? Bro, it's the craziest thing ever. You have like, bro, it's kind of genius, but they literally like hoeing and selling you stocks at the same time. It's amazing. Not really. It's actually sad, and I pray for them, and I hope they find their path in life. But either way, that's not me to judge. You know, do you, baby girl. But at the end of the day, yeah, so you guys better watch out, man. But other than that, yeah, we'll see if we give up the gains. What else we got? Final questions? Because I'm about to free them. I do. Oh, yeah, I have plays. You guys want to go over plays? I'm going to be watching Apple, Boeing, Gold, BKE, Guild, TSM, Stellantis, Abercrombie, XLP, and Nike. Bass, recession, a necessary reset to grow in the future. It'll get better when we go back to non-members. Other than that, though, it should be about like a 1 second latency, I believe. I like Walmart a lot. So I'm surprised yesterday, like I was saying, that a lot of people didn't. That was the elephant in the room. They came out and they literally said, what's it called? But I don't have that on my I already have my play from yesterday. So I don't know if that one's going to, because that one was already jacked up. We'll see, but I already have a play that I'm down to just hold if we get lucky on it. But no, Walmart, they said the opposite. They were worried about like the Christmas ornament thing, but everything they said yesterday was like good. They were talking about keeping guide and not reacting. White House economic advisor Moran, Trump policies are working at keeping inflation at bay. Yeah, I don't know if China stocks are still up, but again, they did good, as weird as that may sound. Right now, China is the only thing still up, as funny as that may sound. So, yeah. If you gave up all of yesterday's gains, that would be the biggest one you've ever seen. And the other part of it is just, like I was saying yesterday, people were getting excited and it was a wild move, but you're in the camp of 2008 now. So right before a major crisis, that was the last time you've ever saw any sort of swing like this. So that's why I was like, people are getting excited, but I'm like, it's both good and bad because I don't really know. Because like I'm saying, it's like usually when the market's moving at this pace, that's because something really bad has happened. That means you have very, very big volatility. That's why you don't see it too often. So it'd be nice if it was a bottom, but at the end of the day, like 08, 01, this categorizes real volatility, swinging back and forth like this, going from one state to the next. Yeah, it's not healthy. Exactly. That's the best way to put it. Energy is good, right? And you wake up, you're like, wow! But if that's like a symptom of something, and I don't know if that's sustainable, and that's what we got to watch out for. So we will see, but Chatadonia, it's time to let them in. We have 5 minutes. There's a lot of you in here. Jeez, for members only? Well, good morning. Nice to meet you. That's it, but now we're going to let them in. They won't talk, but they're going to listen to you. They're going to be following you. So let's have a good one, baby. You don't have to go anywhere. And then refresh when I open it up, so then that way you could turn on your background play. Alrighty. I think we are good to go. Are we? Hola. All right, yeah, so we don't need to restart the video. You guys are all ready to go. CPI came in the lowest since March 2021. Negative headline. Core came in lower. And the famous super core, Jerome Powell's favorite metric for inflation, has gone down over 1% year over year. But that doesn't matter when you're throwing a tantrum, baby. So get ready, Chatadonia. Couple plays on the board. Oh, welcome, new members. You guys should have showed up like 10 minutes ago. You guys know that we're live prior, right? I gave for the Pledge of Allegiance because it's offensive. So I don't want to offend non-paying people with my Americanism. So, yeah, but good to see you. Good to see you, baby. So we already gone over the plays, the news. If anything, though, I would just be very careful of the price hangover. So there's going to be a lot of plays out there. There are people worried. I mean, the general narrative today is that they're worried of permanent damage just because of the volatility. And again, this reaction to CPI, sadly, you're probably going to get a bigger reaction tomorrow for consumer sentiment. And now you got to work your way through one of the biggest reversals since 1950, my friends. This has only happened 3 other times. So get ready for it. We got about 3 minutes. I'm going to go to the bathroom, though. So we let all the Chads in. You guys enjoy your time, okay? And God bless America. Here's Jim Cramer.
Alcohol
there you go. Let Jim.
Slow. Consumption continues to slow. We don't know. Now, this company over-indexed for Hispanics. There's always a chance that perhaps Hispanics are unfortunately laying low because of what's ever happening in our country. That's what's happened before.
Right.
But what's more important is GLP-1. The craving for beer is no more than the craving for sparkling water. So I'd rather have a sparkling water.
Do you really think it's an impact of GLP-1s on across the board lower alcohol consumption or specific
There's big studies
beer?
going on right now that show that, and no one in the industry is willing to admit it. But the industry is ill-advised in that level of let's say, otherworldly nature of what's happening. People are not drinking beer as much as they did. That's okay. That's what's happening in this country. People aren't drinking the browns as much as they did. They're still drinking agave spirits. I don't know why. Gin and vodka are down very big. When I say very big, we're talking double-digit declines in some of the cases. That has never happened in our country, ever. So for me to just say, you know what, people have decided, I don't like the taste of that, no. There's no craving.
You think there's
something
else
no
at play?
craving. And I think that
He
when
was
you
just
look
like,
at
yo,
these beer
Latino
numbers
is
for
like beer.
consolation, and you see what's happening to the
have a segment.
deterioration
No,
in the
Modelo?
numbers, you understand why this
Now,
stock
are
is
they
down.
hit or not hit by any tariffs
No, they're
from
gonna be
Mexico?
okay.
They're going to be all
Oh,
right.
yeah, they'll be okay. Thanks, Jim. All righty. Well, Chatadonia, get ready. You got about 1 minute until the bell. There's going to be a couple plays out there, but I would watch bonds still. We'll keep an eye on those, especially in the morning. But other than that, watch gold, and then again, any of these other plays that are directly tied to the trade. I want to see again, I think Lulu and a couple of others, Nike, they had a very, very big reaction yesterday. And then chips too, TSM. That is another one that a lot of people have eyes on. So we will find out, but get ready. Keep an eye on China too. And then all eyes peeled for any headlines, baby. I appreciate you, man. Let's go. Figure to the sky. Amen, bro. Amen. Have a blessed day. And y'all better be ready. This is historical. I've never seen this. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see the follow-up, baby. Let's go. Oh, it's your birthday! Oh, happy birthday before the bell, baby. That's what I'm talking about. You have a great day. Oh, amen. Oh, yeah, the VIX. That could be an interesting. Jerome Powell. Oh, only the Twitch saw that one. Remember, he's watching you. He's watching you. All right, 3, 2, 1. Beep. Round 1. Fight. All right. Ooh. Whoa. What? Okay. And we're off. Oh, I want to see. Watch Boeing too. Yeah, those UVXY. Shit. I forgot we already had some of those. Remember? Those were my losing plays on the first round. But yeah, those are up. Watch Boeing as well. Not all the bids have opened yet. Fed Logan's talking right now. You're opening up down 2.7 NASDAQ, 2.0 SPY, 1.6 Dow, 2.5 on the, what's it called? On the Russell. Okay, not bad. All right. Walmart pop. Watch out for that one. I have those old plays. Like I said, I want to see what we could end up doing with that. But all right. See, let me add Walmart up here. Watch those apples. I already ghetto spreaded them. I'm glad I did. Yeah, Walmart's up 1. Again, they had a lot of the good one. U.S. Steel slides. All right. S&P falls 2.2 at open. All right, I got first round done. And then Baba's going down. Let's see the Walmarts. I don't know. Again, I had that one play yesterday, but they did not react. Oh, that play is up, actually. Shit. No way. I thought that one did not react at all. There's a little bit of time on that one. So, yeah, some of the farther out of the money Walmarts did go. All right, I'm just going to ride that one then. We will ride in white. And then, those Apple calls, those free ones too at the bell, those are still up. Again, the 1 penny plays did do good. There's Tesla moving now. Celsius, Nike down 5. Yeah, that's crazy. It went up 11 yesterday. Kroger on the high. Yeah, so watch out. Some of these staples are moving again. Oh, who was it yesterday that died? J&J. Yeah, remember, they had a bad time yesterday. Adding more to Dollar Tree. The 30-year auction will be very important today. Not as important as yesterday, but yes. All right, Walmart's still going. See if those move. Again, some of the apples. Watch some of the staples, though. So, again, J&J, KR, Procter & Gamble, those are all doing good. Surprisingly, staples, again, they're in the green right now. Oh, that's the one. Walmart, 100 calls. Good luck. No, CPI came in very good. I just still think you're in hangover mode. Or not. Hangover plus tantrum plus hard data has not mattered all year, sadly. Apple's moving up and the SPY, bonds too. But just be on the lookout. We're still in the morning range of in between the top and not. Chips are crashing. Yeah, those aren't going to work. Natural gas futures extend loss. That's great. Some of these already jacked up a ton. BA, yeah, I like the BA ones. Well, I'm going to wait a little. I keep waiting on Boeing, though, and then that's it. Baba Pop. Yeah, spreads everywhere. I'm looking. I don't know if you guys notice how quiet I am. Everywhere, the spreads are just jacked. So I'm looking at a couple of different plays, but everyone that I'm trying to, like, find a good deal on, they're very odd. Those Walmarts are working, though. Yesterday's Walmarts are going up. Don't forget, too, I have the put side still of the Bank of America. And then there's XLP, ES. Again, Walmart. I might just have to ride that one out. Call it a day. All right, not bad. You guys hear that? That was sound like a crow. It was like right outside my door. All right. Yeah, man, it's tough. I think I'm going to stop after that one. I already grabbed one, but that's it. Trump says working to withhold funding for some sanctuary cities. All right. And then TLT, it's moving, but SPY's still down 3-0. Keep that in mind. You thought the bird, you heard that, right? I was tripping. Like, come on, man. All righty. Apple next week. Good luck with that. NVO coming down. Again, Nike, Lulu, SPY's getting a red right now. I think I'm going to wait a little bit. I made 2 plays. So, and then I have one play that gives me exposure, Walmart. But, yeah, the spreads are fucking wide, bro. Because I'm looking at some of them, but that's the problem, like I was telling you guys yesterday. Because think about it now. You're still gapped up 10%. And then Apple, big candle. Yo, Apple. I don't know if that flipped or not, but I just keep seeing on the high ticker. Yeah, it's just gently going up. But that just keeps printing. But like I'm saying, you don't want to be too far out of the money. But then if that spreads wide and you're paying the higher end, that's just a beautiful way to get trapped. So be very, very careful. Now, those Walmarts are working, but not as good. Again, watch banks too. I totally forgot. Again, those Trump says inflation is down. Remember the Bank of America plays that hit. I'm so glad I sold those. Remember all that dilemma yesterday? I'm so glad I took profits on all those. But at the end of the day, earnings are like right here. UNH, big moves a little bit. Again, there was the Cigna, Elevance, and all that news the other day. Nordstrom's popping. Again, Macy's too. SPY is unchanged. So if you guys haven't realized right now, all that's happened in the last 9 minutes, bonds have came up almost 1%, and then SPY is practically unchanged. And then keep in mind CPI. You're like right below where the CPI came out. And again, a negative CPI. Trump truth, no more sanctuary cities. And he hasn't put out the full statement. I'm not going to read it. I'll save my voice. Alrighty. Again, I like staples. They keep going, but any of the good staple plays I want, the spreads are wicked. That's the only problem right now. So, see, any of those good ones. AMT, American Tower, that one's an odd one going up. See if there's any news. Yeah, that one's just random as hell. Every premium is very messy right now. Just make no. Some are tight if it's a slow mover, like if it's like a kind of like TLT even has a little bit of a spread, but like Pfizer's a slow mover. That one has a tight spread. Who else? Not Walmart, kind of. Bank of America, tight spread. So again, the slow moving fat float names, very tight spreads. Everything else that could actually move, it's fucking hundreds of %. All depends, though. All depends. So don't take my word for it. Double check everything. Just make sure you're looking at the premiums like we talked about. Pfizer. I like Pfizer and NVO, though. AMT, like I'm telling you, that's weird as hell that one's going up. I'm just trying to scam premiums right now. Don't mind me. TJT Pop. Pending. Order missing. Boo. Same pattern before the Great Depression. Well, I don't care about a pattern, but that's what we were talking about yesterday or today is like when it's all said and done, yesterday was a good day, but the only other time we've seen this volatility like that, I mean, it was bad. So we just got to be very cautious, but I did this already though. I think today's quick 3% give back, I think this one's a little too quick. I think you still have you're still in tantrum mode, long story short, but I do think this was going to buy you a little bit more time. NASDAQ falls 3. All right, I'm putting out a play. This is one you watch. I did make the play, but I'm putting out a play that I want you to keep your eyes out for the next 3 hours. It's not a SPY play. So we'll see. And then SPY near the low now. Did I open up the other one? Yeah. Okay, 53.0. That's crazy. You're down 150 points, and it's still mad elevated. But again, I'm glad. Do you guys see yesterday? We kept talking about do we hold or not? But do you see yesterday why I was telling you you're not going to get mad taking your profits? This is a great example because I was like, oh man, I don't want to sell some of these. I'm so happy I sold them all. Do you understand? My Bank of America, the Apple, all those plays I was telling you. even the daily, because that's where I'm telling you, it's like you will get a good move, but then some of these days you're not, when it gets all weird, you're not going to regret it, bro. So yeah, it sucks when you're like, fuck, I sold early. Oh, I don't have this. Value, bro. What the hell? Oh, a lot of random ass names just popped. Yeah, check Bud, XLP, MO. I just saw a shit ton of value names move up. So yes, today's a staple day, you guys. Those have been my only plays I've made today. So yeah, one of them wasn't a staple, but every other one was like consumer staple value plays. Yeah, Verizon, it's moving right now. I think that is a clear winner for today. It may fade by middle of the day, but for now, I mean, look, you're down 3%, 2%. Everyone's trying to figure out, do you buy tech or not? But at the end of the day, I think it's kind of easy there for some of the value ones. They're all going. This might be your last call, low-key, or just going to flip and kill everyone. So make your mind up, brethren. Those old Walmarts are coming back. Pepsi, that's the one. So let's see, remember, we've hit a lot of those, but then they scam the out of me. Oh! They won't give me it. Okay, watch SXTP. Random popper. Again, Spy already came back up there, so. But yeah, staples I think are a decent bet. I love any of the, like, Coke Zero, bro, because it doesn't count. I know this is a debatable topic, but for somebody who just tracks the macros, if it has 0 calories, it doesn't count. So I'm a big fan of Coke Zero, bro, and like all of that shit, because I'm like, yeah, bro, it tastes good, and I'm just like, it's 0. It's 0, bro. That's 0. No flag on the play. All righty. Couple value play. Oh, where's Tesla? I think I'm done, though, for the day. I'm going to hold a couple. Everything's working pretty good, though. But I still think we might get some better opportunities. I still like win. Again, Bank of America, that thing, I just have the put side of the trade now. But, because again, remember, that was a hitter yesterday. But Bank of America, watch that for earnings. Those are cheap, but those are deceptive. That RTX on the high, I think, yeah, defense. Remember, we saw those moves yesterday. Pfizer divvy 7.5. Oof. They won't move those. All right, SPY coming back up. Take notice, the TLT bond situation is still a little weird, or TLT stocks. Like we're saying, we're looking for that recalibration. We want to see somewhat of a correlation either together or inverted, but be on the lookout for that. It's still mad early. China has not responded yet, no. And then Brazil eyes September for extra oil auction. Apple short squeeze? I don't know. Zelensky says Russia conducting systemic work in China to recruit fighters. Apple's still down. So Apple, and then again, Apple is part of the whole China thing. They're the direct one, but they're also part of the, just everybody else. I'm not moving over to the free stream. Oh, we did. We opened it up for everybody. I mean, the chat is going to be members only this whole quarter, but everybody's, we have 6,000 people in here. Good morning. Yeah, but everyone's in here. if they want to be. Get a long term. But yeah, value plays, you guys, I think might be it for now. They've already went up 1%. I think that's just at least been the easy one. And that's pretty much all of my plays today. I had one non-value play, and that's it. And then we ride, Habibi. Well, I want to play JP Morgan, but I never do good on earnings with the banks. Like, ever. And then bonds, White House post order on modifying reciprocal tariff rates. So hold on. I don't know if this is, I don't know if they're just giving the details of yesterday or if this is new. Does that make sense? I have no idea. All I'm seeing, though, White House post order on modifying reciprocal rates. So that either means they're adding to the list or like it's yesterday reiterated or this is new. I don't know. I do not know. You're moving, though, a little bit. Let's see. Russian missile attack on Ukraine. Dnipro damages civilian infrastructure. Ha! You fucking psychos! Yeah, right. I just looked at SPY premiums for my first time today. Fuck them. Yeah, bro. No, you have a mad hangover, dog. That's crazy. No, bro. Some of these prices, I'm shocked. Dude, I was like, am I looking at a weekly? That was a fucking daily. Sick fox, dude. Sick fox. Puts are fucking green. I guess barely, though. That's on a 3% move. That's kind of funny. I'm finding you a shitty play, but they're not real. Dude, that's crazy. The calls are disgusting. The puts are not, like, bad, but then they're bad. Because, again, you're still down 3% right now. White House order reflects previously announced tariff rates. So I think it's a dud. I don't think that's anything. I don't think the market maker's robbing, and they're prone to, but it's just the scope of the move, man. It's so large. It's like real estate when they first started doubling out of nowhere. So you have a very wide range in terms of what is a comp or not, more or less. All right, not bad. Some value plays are still working, though. Look at this Staples. You're coming down. Yeah, I don't like it, man. I have a couple of shitty plays, but they still look. I mean, again, you never know what's going to happen, though. And then WNS on the high. Whoa, WNS, pop. WNS, that's probably going to be a damn buyout. Yeah, the option chain already tweaking. That's going to be a buyout probably. WNS. Nope. Yeah, you can't get that. You could go shares, but that's up 7%. Market maker already jacked up all the options. Yeah, you ain't getting shit. Yeah, but WNS, big pop, very illiquid. Be careful. Okta. Okay, a couple names on the high. SPY coming down. You had that little tariff headline. A little weird, but doesn't seem to be anything. It's not even cheap if you go 2 standard deviations. That's what I was saying yesterday. What do you mean? Dude, it's 3 standard deviations is for $100 on a day. That's insanity. See, but that's where I was saying you're going to get clobbered if you buy those and nothing happens, or even if it goes in your way. That's it. Well, and then again, we are gapped down 3% right now, which is massive, but it doesn't feel that way. What? Oh. Okay. Okay, W and S. I didn't make a play on that one. I couldn't. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, it's here. Friday Jr., Bradley, Frizzle, and the Pig. Oh, let's go. Woo! Mm-hmm. Wow, Bradley. Where's Boeing? We need Boeing now. That's it, Bradley, Frizzle. Inspiration. Look at Boeing got a candle off that. My man. How do you feel about this, Bradley, Frizzle? How does this feel compared to your first trade war? McDonald's? All right, I'm sending out another one. Yeah, McDonald's is running up. Help someone who needs it today, hey, man. And help yourself too, man. You know what I'm saying? What's up, baby? My birthday. Oh, man, Richie, happy birthday. Good morning. We have a lot of birthdays today. TTD Flushing. That one started to drop there again. McDonald's, that was a good call. It just moves so much faster, right? That's what I was saying the other day because I just remember the first trade war, Trump would move so slow. But now, this time, just he's fucking raising every day. Eddie. Hold up, baby. And then notice, in a weird way, bonds and stocks move together on that one. But now, all you're doing here, if you bounce up from here, this is just going to match those two up. But yeah, not much is going on there. I might have to take a picture in a swimsuit. Yeah. So MO's still holding. Walmart, XLP, those are still up. AMD's down 7. Bro, chips are down a shit ton. Wow. Talk about a hangover there. Dude, all of these chips are down like 7%. Oh, my bad. I'm going to type that in here. Yeah, those defensives are still moving. VIX is climbing up to the high right now. All right, you're starting to flush a little bit more. I'll give you the one to watch, but these are terrible. Japanese yen rallies 2%. Jeez, what? And then UNH. Yo, UNH, Popper. Check news on that. Whoever called that early, now you're on it. Ooh, these are ugly. Very ugly. Yeah, but that's pot. Someone just bought 2,000 of those near the money. Watch it. I like it, but the plays are jacked. I like that move, though, but it's jacked. Watch out for that, and then I got a spy one for you. Kansas City Schmid tariff announcements have elevated economic activity. Oh, I'm still looking at that one. Yeah, the UNH is still going. I don't have a headline on there. Schmid. Kansas City talking. Up 100 on UNH. Let's go, baby. Yeah, I said the one I liked there, but it's hard. That one's already up a lot. So, but then the one's near the money, but I like that move, especially with everything going on. But now you're starting to dump. I put one to watch. As I said, you could take it if you're scared. Other than that, though, that there's one to watch ideally. And then you'll have some of the other plays. Very interesting. Bitcoin popped. Get out the swim truck. Okay, Tesla's going. Dude, Tesla's down 6. That's the craziest part. I look at some of these names, bro, and I'm like, what the? How is this down so much? But then again, we moved so much already from yesterday. It's crazy because so listen, people aren't gonna freak out till 5252, pretty much. If you break below there, then people are gonna panic on giving up that gain there a little bit. Yeah, bro, the yen up 2 is amazing. And then McDonald's still going. Those UNHs are holding, but like it's holding the premiums. I can't find a good one. And then the stocks. So watch that one, though. And then keep an eye on those staples. Like I'm saying, McDonald's now, another one. All the chips, bro. Intel, AMD, these are all down 7, 8, 9, 10%. It's kind of crazy. German 10-year government bonds turn lower. And then McDonald's now, another bigger candle. That's printing. That's actually very big for McDonald's. And then bonds back to open. SPY a lot further from open now. Crude futures fall 5% amid escalating U.S.-China. Yeah, the Walmart premiums just stayed the same. But yeah, Walmart's getting a candle. Again, I think staples, no matter what, maybe unless you get like a real give up all the gains, but staples do seem like a winner today. Is there a way China may try to pressure him? Maybe. They could dump the bonds and all that, but, you know, that wasn't really the real concern as of now. But what we were really concerned about would be, again, if you don't have a real functioning of the bond market. But technically, yeah, they can. I might keep one of those staples up there. Dollars down 1.5. My goodness. My goodness. Yeah, Fed Schmid tariff announcements, elevated economic uncertainty. Yeah, crude is down 5. So that's, people were asking, you know, like, why is China up or what's going on with all that? But it does seem that crude is getting some of that effect. Well, it's only been 30 minutes. So to put it into context, you just had one of your biggest rallies, top 3 since 1950. And now we are 30 minutes into the next day. Gold on the high this time. Yo, look at that. The fuck just happened there? Gold just went bottom to top $2 on GLD. Now 52-week high. So gold dropped with the market and then now just went vertical. And you have the yen already up. The only thing lagging is literally TLT. And then SPY still, it's crazy that this is a 3% day. Russell down 3.5. McDonald's still going. It's been 30 minutes. Let me get you guys a checkup. Okay, bigger candle there. What do you guys think? I mean, kind of good in a weird way. But you have 7 names in the green on the Dow, 23 names in the red. So more names are down on the Dow. I mean, think about it. That's why I'm saying you're red today. So technically, more names should be negative. But yeah, you have 3/4 of the Dow is in the red. NASDAQ 100, 14 green, 87 in the red. And then SPY, 106 green, 397 in the red. You don't get a limit up to the upside during cash. So futures, there's a limit up. But during, 9 a.m. to 4, there's no such thing as a limit up on the halting, on the upside. JD is moving. Again, China names are great. Baba's trying to move up. I think Pinduoduo, the only one lagging. Arab. Oh, Unilever. I thought I had one of those. Okay, you're coming right back down. Remember, gold. So that's your only little weird volatility indicator right now. Not only are you down 3.6, but something just snapped here at 10 a.m. So right at 10 a.m., when you bottomed out, market tried to go up. Only thing that moved was gold. And then now you're right back down to about 3.5. Like I said, 3/4 of the market here is negative. Oil just went down another. Damn. Oil's at 58 now. Is that a new low? Damn, we hit 55 the other day. And then now you're below 5,300 again, 5,250. That is your, I think, your freak out level. You'd probably be down like 4 or 5 at that point. So we will see. Yeah, bro, some premiums are jacked up a little too much, though, oddly enough. So be careful. Let me put it this way. TLT. Are you ready? Look at TLT, right? Calls and puts cost more money than anything over here. So what does that mean? They're jacking up premium on both sides. So literally TLT plays are green on both sides today. Go look at the option chain. So yeah, maybe sell premium. Just make sure though you saw after yesterday's reaction. That's exactly why I've been telling you. Just make sure you put a cap on it. Just don't let it get too crazy. Yeah, gold's still going. It's a 52-week high for gold, or at least wherever that wick is. VIX calls, but they have a lot of hangover, but I like them. I had some that were surprisingly up in the morning, but VIX is still elevated. Only problem with the VIX is usually the spreads. So let me see. Yeah, they came down though, but I was up on one VIX play, but then the premiums actually went down. Yeah, you need puts to really come down like 50%. So I sent one out to watch, but I said you could take it if you're scared. Otherwise, I have one that I'm looking at, and I think it'll be appropriate at like 20 cents. So, but I think a lot of the plays right now, the only thing I like today is staples. So XLP still holding up. Again, anything related to all of this. I mean, they haven't really even moved much, but at the end of the day, they're not in the red. Okay, Bond's still trying to go. Gold as well. SPY, you've been hugging this little low here. Again, we're about 30, 40 minutes into the day, so still mad early. You're about 50 points off of the danger level. and then about 150 points off of your open. I know, TLT is oddly jacked. So again, not only did you have the CPI and all of that, and then it sold off 2%, but it's already like just moving around. There's a lot of volatility still. So like I was saying, it's not really what you think it is. You know, it's one thing about price, but go look at the move index. We have the volatility. Okay, VIX is on the high. A VIX car? You're looking at VIX, not UVXY? I'd have to check. Why are those still up? So the Apple that I ghetto spreaded? What? That's odd. Yeah, gold is crazy. SPY at the bottoms, bonds near the higher end, but I don't know how we're gonna find balance today. It's so wild. So again, you're down like 3.8 here, down 0.1 here, or 1%. Gold up 1.5, dollar down 1.8, oil down 5. And it's like they're burning premium, but do you guys see what I'm saying? Like there's no, the yen's up 2. There's like not really a balance. So I think by the middle of the day, we're going to watch some things converge. But for now, there's just everything's pulled apart, i.e. like you're not really getting cross-asset signals, if that makes any sense. So like just some stuff's up 5, some stuff's up 1, staples are green. You know, everything is just pulled apart. But 52.50, I think you freak out if you go below that. So watch out for that. The premiums went up 20% since that call out. So I'm watching it. That's why I'm trying to, again, be like I told you guys yesterday, the trick, be mindful of what the values do. And now you're going inverse for a little. Let's see how this one plays out. Oh, not MSTR. I don't know about the direction. Maybe both ways. I was thinking about that yesterday. I'm like, I should have played MSTR during the massive pop. So maybe both ways. But other than that, I'm not thinking one direction on that. Get this swimsuit ready. What if I told you I'm already wearing it? Yeah. What now? I was ready. I was ready for everything. Alrighty. See, man, get ready to chill. I think today it'll get exciting after Euro close. Until then, strap in, my friends. Strap in. And then if value could keep going, that'll be great. Actually, we have an hour and 15 till Euro close. Open NVIDIA. Good luck. I don't know. I think gold's an interesting one. And then again, dollar's down. I haven't looked at Bitcoin yet. You hear that? I hear so many weird noises outside. Bitcoin's only down 1.6. So, yeah, very, very wide range. Let them all come together. Need cohesion. Heaven. Welcome, my friend. Yeah, you heard the crow. I don't know, man. Wild day. Wild day. UNH back at the high. I think I whiffed that. Let me see. Or unless they came down. I liked it, but I was like, man. It's still the spread. That's how they're doing it today. Spreads. They're just wide. The spreads are very, very wide. State Department says U.S.-Russia exchanged notes to finalize understanding and stability of diplomatic banking for Russian and U.S. bilateral mission and meeting in Istanbul. I think Kramer did. I think Donald Trump watches the watch list. That's just a guess, though. I don't know. Should you take 600 on the Nike? Maybe. That's a good way to flex without posting the play. But, so, I don't know. Ghetto spread it, maybe. But, post your play first. Thank you. Thank you. That was good, though. That was smart. If I didn't, you know what I'm saying? That was good. That was a good idea, but not really. But, yeah, I just be wise with everything. Like I said, I had plays I didn't want to sell yesterday, and I did, and I don't regret it. And I think, again, you're never going to get mad just racking in the profits. I love the watch list. Greatest watch list ever. I tell you, watch out, you're getting a little bounce. Bond market made me queasy. A little queasy. A little queasy. State Department says Russian delegation discuss holding a follow-up meeting on those issues in the near term. All right. And then I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Coat News on Twitter.
Options market, investment grade, that fell by far the most and is trading just above its long-term average. So the credit market right now is signaling almost average levels of volatility, expected volatility going forward, which given the backdrop, I think, that move may be overdone.
So how are investors looking to play the future right now?
Yeah, I think what's interesting, well, the two things that I took away from yesterday's move. The first is just kind of how the incredible intraday volatility and how headline-driven we are. And I think that's going to really put upward pressure on volatility or help stabilize VIX at current levels. And the second thing I thought was interesting is, for all kind of, the Trump saying that we don't look at markets, they obviously care, right? And that means potentially that some of the downside tail risk in the market that was really people were looking at may be reduced in this environment.
They reportedly were concerned about the 30-year yield jumping up above 5%. Have you noticed a lot more interest in the treasuries market over the last couple of days?
Yeah, so we've seen incredible options activity in TLT, which is the ETF that tracks 20-plus year treasury options. And actually what's interesting there is for most of the past 2 months, TLT options were signaling more fear of downside in yields, so more fear of recession risk. And over the past week, that has flipped, so now that puts are trading at a premium to calls, signaling more fear for inflation. So that was a pivot that I thought was interesting. The bond market, up until very recently, more concerned with recession risk, now turning to focus more on inflation risk.
Interesting. I mean, we got CPI this morning, and it was pretty quiet, but
that's not
as
correct.
We were talking about with Mike McKee, it feels
that's what
like
I'm saying.
Everything that's not real time.
That's the whole point.
Still, we're finally
that's
showing
exactly
the
my
VIX IG
point.
there, and you can see that real sigh of
I know.
relief
She could watch, but
really
she said it. That's exactly what I said on the watch list. But the opposite of the sense of that's my problem. My problem, think about what she just said. It went from recession risk to now it's worried about this stagflation and inflation. But if you can actually read the bond market, what it was telling you a couple days ago is that it knew exactly where inflation and rates are going to be. That's why I'm saying in an uncertain time, that's much too certain for this level of volatility. And then again, the next day you have a record day. So I don't know, you could say lying or not. I don't really, I'm just saying though, that's what I observed. And I think a lot of people kind of picked up on it in many ways. But if you are like looking at it, I'm just saying, why are they so certain though? I love the bond market and I respect it. But even then, one of the news headlines today, they were already saying bond vigilantes went out. So there is a vigilante. I think there's a outsized element, but again, call it whatever you want, but I think that's way too certain for an uncertain environment. Yeah, like you could say China tariffs and a lot of things, but like I'm saying, for you to hammer down, it's going to be exactly at 4.85%. This is the stagflation risk we're accounting for. You're accounting for that today, right now, in this uncertainty on a level where, again, this is after we have no idea what the fucking calculations are and who's going to have what in this. It's like, it's a lot of hubris, in my opinion. But, hey, we'll see. We'll find out. I'm a very patient guy. That's all you need. Pepsi. I like Pepsi. I like Pepsi, XLP, all of them. But see, actually, wait, because if we get a bounce, watch if staples rotate a little bit. I want to be surprised. Yeah, I said it on yesterday's. I'll say it today. I mean, you guys, some of you are gonna think I'm batshit, and I am a little bit, but I don't think people realize how close to the edge you were yesterday. Like, you literally had a very bad scenario. And then today we'll find out. You never know. If nobody shows up at that bond auction today, maybe we have another worry. But I was saying, bro, like, you might I think if yesterday didn't happen and then the bond just kept going and just got, like, let's say just blown out, right? How they were at the same pace, by the end of next week, you would have had a bank run, in my opinion. That's what I was telling you. Everything would have froze. And I don't think people really comprehend that. Maybe I'm crazy, but like I'm saying, I think a lot of bond market indicators were really starting to flash. And it wasn't about it wasn't like liquidity. It was just like turning into a liquidity problem that was avoidable. It's not like it had to happen. But yeah, calls on SPY. I'd rather go for individuals, to be honest with you. I haven't made any SPY. I have a put that I'm looking at. I already alerted it. I said to watch it, because if we do get volatility, that's the one you might want to go to. But other than that, I would go for individual names. I've only really played staples today. There's another play too I didn't tell you about, but if you watch the watch list 4 days ago, you should know exactly what I did off the morning. No, we got to figure out Canada's stream alerts, but I'll do Canada's stream alerts once you guys say sorry for booing the American anthem. I took that really personally. I'm just kidding. I didn't. But no, we don't have foreign stream alerts yet. Working on it. UMass like, I don't claim them, bro. I don't claim them. Bond auction, same time as yesterday, about 10 a.m. So we'll be here, and then we'll move over to Philo. It's just like yesterday. JD on the high again. One of you called that out earlier. And then, again, remember, Pinduoduo is down. You're bouncing a little bit, but this time, I guess it's kind of inversing with bonds for a little bit. Dude, gold. I sold my play, bro. It was going to expire on Friday. I would have been in the money. Okay, bonds down, stocks, see what happens here. Okay, bonds down. Premium. That's what I told you guys yesterday on the watch list. I told you guys got to be like I told you. Put one play that you like and watch it. Boeing is trying to move up, because then you're going to notice it's still mad early. It's not even euro close. And then again, this is a fat hangover, just dollar for dollar wise. So I don't know what's going on with gold. I think that one is actually that's the weirdest part about today in an odd way. Because again, it makes sense with either fear, but then yesterday it was going up. But that kind of, it bottomed out with everything and then just started running. I have no idea. Okay, bonds coming down. SPY's getting aggressive, or at least look at the high ticker in the odd way. I mean, that's 50 points off the bottom. You just don't feel it. Again, welcome to the range, baby. Yeah, Boeing's kind of ramping. Where's Apple? Okay, now you're just like right below the open still, a little bit lower. GME. dude, just right ahead of this. There was days we would move 0.5%, 50 points in a day. I feel like just up until like what, maybe like December, November, all the days were like really, really slow. Well, just be careful of premiums, and I would tell you any judgment right now is way too early. So this is now 1 hour into the day from yesterday. So that's why I said I think we need to recalibrate a lot still. And you woke up, you got to deal with the doubt. You got to go back and forth, let half of the new narrative, there'd be like half new narratives, half old narratives. And then again, tomorrow's data, though. And I do think that is now a little bit more important just because we ignored a very good CPI. Gold or silver ratio, it shows stuff at times, but I'm not really a avid follower of that. Fed Schmid disruption in Treasury market this week were instructive. Fed watching market minute by minute to ensure liquidity keeps flowing. Okay. All right, Fed Schmid. Interesting. They said it was instructive. That's a wild comment. I thought they were just going to ignore it. I didn't think they would actually say anything. I would love to hear if Powell says anything about it. Well, I mean, again, you still got a big bond auction, but we'll find out. JPM, Cheek Clay, remember, they have earnings. Schmid looks as if the market is adjusting well given the volatility. No, I don't think bond. I think you just can't. I really think the bonds can't go above here. I think they can, but if you do, you're going to have a really big problem. I don't think everyone's ready for that. But that causes I think that releases a tidal wave. And I said this yesterday because this is what I believed at the beginning of the year. So it's not as if I'm really pivoting too hard, because I don't know if you guys remember at the beginning of the year, I was just telling you nothing matters as long as TLT is right here. I don't know if you guys recall that, but that is the big deal there. So yeah, and then Stream Alert people, I'm going to time you out for 24 hours there. Please follow what you just paid money for, because it explains everything. And I said it this morning, I don't want people to buy Stream Alerts. I'm not trying to deal with people. That's why we raised the price. I don't know why. So yeah, if you're thinking you're going to FOMO Stream Alerts, buy it, get customer service and all that, you are mistaken. So it's very clearly instructed what is going to happen. Otherwise, I would never spend money if I'm not going to read it and believe what it says. So, but yeah, I don't want to handle that intraday. You could email and use the support system. But other than that, yeah, there's no customer service. And I'm not trying to deal with that. That wasn't even the craziest play. We've had some very crazy plays the last couple of months, but that 535 one was just crazy because it was one to watch 3 hours in advance. You made someone six figures? I think multiple people. Even I might have a new chain coming. I think even my jeweler got a hit too. He was happy. So yeah. I'm telling you, I even had, even Lending Tips was fucking confused. Even Lending Tips is asking me if I work for the Trump admin. So yeah, I'm very I don't know, man. We've been good. Even LT is starting to get baffled a little bit. Like I said, bro, listen. Whatever is happening right now, we're killing it. One day we're going to run out of juice. So just use it while you can, but at the end of the day, too, don't get too comfortable. Because I'm not comfortable. I'm like getting sketched out by myself. Because I'm like, nah, man, fuck this. Hold on, you got it. Head on a swivel, baby. Head on a swivel. All right, NVIDIA's breaking out. Someone said NVIDIA's holding us hostage earlier, but look, that's starting to lead. You got GME, I have that up there. That's a bigger candle. You got nat gas futures coming out right now. The watch list spoke good. I hope so, man. I hope so. Ken Yarbar. What a name. Quinton. And welcome. Well, it's here. We're ripping. Can I try it again, you guys? That's it. Certainty will be our down. Really, for real, though. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to be certain about anything. Even my own performance, I doubt it. So, doubt everything, bro. It'll save your fucking life. I really, really think so. So, that's it. Just the moment we forget about it in the moment, that's when we're going to get clapped. That's what we talked about yesterday on the watch list. Like, literally, the moment you, like, you have the doubt and then you overlook the doubt and proceed, that's where you're going to be blinded and not really notice it. That's what happens every time, you know? Because now you're still cautious. Now you're like, oh, wait, watch out. Hold on, be careful, okay, go small. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be the one where you're like, oh, am I doing wrong? And you're like, nah, this is fine. And then you're going to move forward, and then you're going to get hit. And then you're going to be blinded by the, like, literally the ignorance of it. You're not going to realize it while you're going through it until it's too late. So, little trading philosophy for you, but don't be on guard, man. Be on guard. Even the strong can fall, and don't ever forget that, okay? Well, yeah, that's what we're going to do. Well, tomorrow, if you want a discount on the stream alerts, this is what's going to happen. I have a quiz for tomorrow. The top 10 quiz answers, top 10 performers, you will all get a discount on stream alerts. And then the top 6 or 7 tomorrow. So top 10 all get a discount on stream alerts. And then the top 6, you guys are going to join a Zoom call so you could play a game for some real life cash money, baby. Yeah, I already have this worked out. I got to finish planning it tonight, but I have an idea. I told you I wanted to give away some fucking money, man. So I think that's what we're going to do. Top 10, if you could answer the watch list quiz. Top 10, you all get a discount on stream alerts. Congratulations. But then the top 6, you guys will get to play a game for real money. Okay? But now here's the catch. There's always a catch. And, well, I'm going to just tell you guys this. Since you're here right now, can you guys buy a membership, please? I just want to see when we're going to run out of this. But buy a membership right now for the channel, please. Why? Because you'll get something out of it. Because when I leave at 10 a.m., I don't want you to miss anything. Okay? And just, it's worked so far. So thank you if you already got one. But now, here's the deal. Tomorrow's little quiz in game, it's going to be members only. That's, you know, I've given away a lot of money to everybody over the years, but I think that way these games might even be an added benefit for members only. So you can't even play if you're not a member. Ta-da! China responding to tariffs? Wow! It worked! Let's go, baby! Oh, it worked again. I know, I can't. Thank you, guys. I'm going to do it every day until it stops working, so. Thank you, my friends. It'll be about everything this week. That's it. I'm just going to give you a quiz on the week from all the watch list. If you have to watch the watch list, otherwise you probably won't get the answers. And then that's it. But then again, I do think you should get rewarded for it. So, like I said, everybody will get a discount in the top 10. But then I think, I don't know, I got to double check the like tax stuff, but I want to give away a lot of money tomorrow. I think the limit is $2K. I was planning like $3 to $5 grand. I'm down to go as high as 30 grand. But I need to talk to a lawyer first, but I think we should spin a wheel and then settle on the amount. But I have a plan for 6 or 7 people. I have a very special game you've never seen before, and I'm very excited about it. Oh, you gifting them? Let's go. But yeah, so see you tomorrow for Friday. Had to pay the plug, even though, thank you, man. Don't worry. Telling you, we have a lot of opportunities on the way. Make no mistake. And I think those of you you keep yourself in the right mental space, bro, we ain't got a trip. Like I said yesterday, I gave a good philo. It wasn't even a philo, man. It was literally 4 stocks. Just, I think some of you need to, stop stressing yourself out, and I think you're going to unlock your killer instinct. I think right now, you're a lion, but you're a lion who's worried about his food. That doesn't exist in nature. Lion is never worried about his food. And I think some of you have to have a good balance. You need to get a good budget to give you that peace of mind. But at the end of the day, I think just stop wearing yourself out. Don't let the pressure of wealth force you into bad decisions and in a panicky mood when, like I'm saying, I think some of you could unlock a good level if you just tap into something that you already have. Yeah, I like the UNH. I like them, man, but I have one on watch. I put one on watch. I can't get it. Hey, yo! All the members. Thank you, guys. Let's go. But yeah, man, let's have fun tomorrow. We're going to have a good, fun time tomorrow. But remember, though, if you guys buy a membership, though, you are going to have to listen to me talk about, God and shit. But I say shit, so the people who are really Jesus don't like me for that, but you know what I'm saying? So I hope that you buy that membership with a little bit of tolerance, okay? Just making sure you're aware, because I don't want this to backfire and then you're like, why don't you talk about stock? Just what? Give me stock right now. Why are you doing this to me? I don't see China news. You guys are saying that. I see Fed Schmin. Gold just keeps going. You hate your life. I'm speaking to you. You're doing everything wrong, but you're still doing it wrong, brother. Don't hate yourself. That's what I'm saying, man. You made a mistake. I don't know if you guys read Richest Man in Babylon, one of my favorite books, but I'll just tell you this. I love this scene, bro. I love this, I call it a scene because I visualize it in my mind. But in Richest Man in Babylon, he's teaching his son how to make money. He's giving him the laws of wealth. He gives him the tablets. Right? And the kid goes, makes money, and then he ends up blowing it. Right? And then after that, he comes back and he tells him, he's like, yeah, I saved money and I gave it to this guy. And he says, oh, those Phoenicians, those scoundrels. But I love this. This is one of my favorite parts about it. He says, you fool, you uprooted your money tree. Go back and plant it again. That's it. I love it. It's so prophetic, man. Because it didn't say, go get mad at yourself, go get angry, go be depressed, go hate yourself and go on the internet and tell everybody how much you hate yourself. No, it doesn't say anything. It says you did something foolish, acknowledge that, and then go replant it. That's it. Try again. Do it again now this time. But that's why the whole point of what I just said, though, it's emotional. This part of the market, half of it is what you know. The other half is how you're going to conduct yourself. Half of the people just signing up and say, Josh, what did they say? Josh, you kept me calm. The point is you have to be in the right mindset to take advantage. I said this yesterday. By the end of this volatility, some of you who love me are going to hate me. Some of you who hate me are going to love me. This is not a Bible verse either. It sounds like it, but the whole point is that if you're not emotionally deciding and ready to go, this level of volatility by year end is going to cause a lot of regret. And if you're not thinking, you're not planning, if, again, whoever is in your ear right now, you might end up hating them even if they did nothing wrong. You know why? Because that's something in your ear right now. And then you're like, why didn't I do this? Because I did that and this and that and that and that. So it's all emotional right now. And that's what I'm saying, from long-term to trading. But stop with that's what I'm saying. I don't really want you guys to, none of this self-hatred, none of this getting too hyped. Just control everything in the middle. Don't take too much pleasure being for or against. You see what I'm saying? Even some of you guys failing at things and you're like, some of you are taking too much pleasure in that or finding a way to pull pleasure out of it and talk about it when I don't think it really helps you. So figure that out. Baba in China, again, JD, all of them, bro. Pinduoduo might be your only lagger in China. Yeah, look, that hasn't moved. If China's all going to rip, this will be your last one, but I don't have anything on there. You're going to get the trading fraternity. There's no member benefits, but this channel, you get the Pledge of Allegiance in the morning. So you get the news recap, and then you get the members only Chad, Philo, and maybe the watch list soon. I've already done 2 members only watch list, and sadly, YouTube showed the watch list to more people. I can't believe it. Both times. Oh, what? Yeah, I know the name. Well, let's go, Kingdom. Let's go. And thank you. I'd love to see it, man. Shout out to new members, baby. I love it. The lion, don't worry about their dinner quote, hit you last night. Good, man. But like I'm saying, I think some of you, I do think you need to tap into that. And like I said, if you need that peace of mind, you need a budget. You need a strict budget discipline. That's how you're going to worry less. Believe me. Cloud, you're just exactly why. Listen, baby. Hey, man. I think it's good advice. I don't know. I think it's generally very helpful. But then again, just don't be careful, though. Like I said yesterday, I know it's very easy to hear it and then just like, yeah, skip ad. You know what I'm saying? But I think when you really tap into it, it's gonna it'll give you a gift. It's just Richest Man in Babylon. I don't know. There's a couple. I think it's like the 5th version or whatever updated one. It's not. They're all generally the same though. Yeah, it's still there, though. Again, they have earnings tomorrow. And Constellation, I just had that up. Can get more strict than reducing your spending in 2 jobs. That has nothing to do with a budget, believe it or not. So you could work 2 jobs, and then you could spend all of it on dailies. You know what I'm saying? You could cut back your spending, stop smoking weed or whatever, and then go burn it all on options. So I said a budget and a discipline. I have X amount a month. I have X amount that I cannot go above this. I have X amount for long term, X amount for short term, and then I stick to that no matter what. That's a budget. That's the discipline of it. And then that way you get a benefit for cutting your spending and working 2 jobs because now your budget will allow you to have a pathway to grow. Because now, guess what? If I make $5,000 a month and I'm going to save $500 and I'm only going to put $100 for options, I know my net right there is $4,500 after it. Then we'll pay our mortgage and whatever else we got to do. But do you see what I'm saying? You don't go broke like that. You can't go broke. It's literally math. And then you're going to be able to act through it. And then if you grow it, you grow it. And then it'll add to what you got. And then you get the jobs, and then you save more. But that way, win or lose, you stick to a budget and an amount. That's it. It's all controllable. There's only upside. You know what the limited downside would be. Wow, your weed budget goes to the long term. You don't smoke no more? Wow. Wow. I work hard. Why would I limit myself? Rich Man of Babylon. Welcome, Andre, Jorge, bro. Shout out Gene, and anybody else I missed. I love you. This is amazing. Speak many truths. I know, man. And I say because I've gone through a lot myself, but there's a lot of you in here right now, but I have a unique view to a lot of this because I've listened to you guys and I've got to see almost every story. I've both good, bad, middle. I'm FOMO. I missed out. I was too late. I was late and I still made it. Like everything. So I think all of this it's learning from everybody that you're around. And that way, so be careful though. That's why I'm saying you can work really, really hard, but if you don't have a disciplined budget, sadly, it could get wiped very easily. Oh, well, thank you, man. Let's get it. And get that long term too, though. You guys realize we were trying to start the long term yesterday? I clipped it. I need to post it. Are you ready for this? Look. Here every single day. And, I don't know what you guys think I'm telling you. Is this it? For individual, 5 wanted me to do this. Oh, no, this is it, right? Look. This is yesterday. Look, I hit Mark. Yeah, fractional. Oh. The Lord said no. The Lord said no. I don't know. Isn't that crazy, bro? The Lord said no. I know. Back on vacation. Ignos. What up, baby? It's been a wild one, bro. Been a wild one. I don't think my VWAP is accurate. I just use the standard default E-Trade VWAP, believe it or not. Because I know a lot of people have asked me about that, and I know some of them are different, but yeah, it's the same. Just whatever E-Trade produces. Oh, I'm reading. I got a company. I got a tariff update. So this is from your Chad. Remember, you have some Chads who work in shipping. They just sent me this. So they said, based on their order logs, the 301 tariffs are either 25 or 50%, depending on HTS classification. Ad valorem tariffs, 20%, all products. Reciprocal tariff increase to 125. All semiconductors still exempt from the 125. China tariffs are stackable. 20, 25, 50, and 125 equals 170 or 195. And then all countries except Mexico and Canada are 10% for the next 90 days. And then Mexico and Canada remain at 25 unless USMCA qualified. So yeah, so shipping companies are starting to because remember when VW put out the other guidance? So that means anybody going to ship shit now, it's good and bad. It pretty much means that any products anywhere else, it's only 10%. But then China literally, you might be running an effective rate of 170 to 190. And then chips, A lot of chips are exempt, but it does seem that if it is China, I mean, you can get that added. I think it just highlights some of the, again, you inched forward, but 90 days, some products will have less uncertainty, and then all the China stuff, you just got to figure that out. I don't think you could exempt China, no. Okay, bonds on the low. That's crazy. So the premiums are the same price as the open on TLT. And then where are the puts? And then the puts are up 5%, 3%. Interesting. So that's wiped some of the straddle preem from TLT. I have 4 monitors. It depends when you bought them. That's what I was saying this morning. So TLT was more expensive at certain parts in the day, even though it was lower or higher than the open. So here the calls are up 30%. And then that's what I'm saying. Here the puts are barely up, and now the calls are just going below the opening. Yeah, SPY and TLT are matched up, but the difference now, TLT is taking an extra. So 52.96. Like I said, we need to go below 52.50, but you actually have TLT hitting a new intraday low. It was lower, again, from the morning. That's what's been complicating it, and you have that 30-year. All right, starting to go down, though. Watch that one put like I told you. Scammers. Yeah, that put is still expensive. Fuck. So, yeah, you just had out 30, 40 minutes to kill it, but then now, yeah, it's there. If we hit the Trump put on bonds, will Powell step in? No, what's going to happen is the bond market will break, and then Powell will step in. That's it. The Fed is too late. That's the that's the general idea. Apple, China tariffs, 145. So it sounds like a reiteration of yesterday, no? I didn't post it. Yeah, here, hold on. Let me post it. You're right. Here, hold on. Go to my Twitter. All right, go. I posted it. Yeah, U.S. tariffs on China now total 145 after the latest hike, CNBC. So there you go. I'm already. I told you I'm ready. There you go. I said I'll post the rest after we've dropped 7%. Sad. Hairy like bull. I know, man. I know. GME again. Apple, watch Apple, though. Again, I think that's, I mean, I just told you guys from some of the data from companies, they're paying 170 to 190, and now they're reiterating that. So I don't know if it's like breaking news as much as it's kind of like updated development, but you knew this. Again, that's why everybody was asking yesterday. They're like, wait, why? And they're like, why is the what's it called up? Why is Apple up if they're still getting hit?
China are what? Above 80%?
84, right?
They're at 84%, yep. And they're doing all these other things. The TikTok deal, for example, is on ice. The president acknowledged that yesterday. The companies that have all been added to the blacklist, the entities list. I saw a headline this morning that China's buying some soybeans from Brazil. That's a hit to U.S. farmers. So China can do a lot more. I agree with you that I think with rates this high, you would think there have to be negotiations, and potentially we'll see those in the coming days. But I've been kind of amazed over the past few days just how little conversation has been going on between the U.S. and China. It doesn't seem like there's any sort of dialogue at this point. We've seen the tit for tat escalating without the leaders, at least, getting on a phone call.
Well, nobody wants to be seen as coming first, right? It's seen as weak. Who picks up the phone first? It's like we're dealing with two power players that are hard to analyze. Xi and Trump. Thank you, Megan.
And obviously going to have significant damage you would expect to the Chinese economy, certainly over any period of time. But
and looking at
basically it's a complete stoppage.
There are other interim moves beyond coming to the table and negotiating. Right? Yesterday, China allowing its currency to weaken that much more.
Yes, which I guess they can only do so much. Eventually, it could hurt their property sector, where they also have
capital
some big
flows,
issues.
confidence issues. We saw that in 2015, so they have to be careful with that as well.
Yeah.
But you know, a lot of people say they have a higher pain tolerance than we do, and a longer term horizon.
I think those are probably both true statements. Yes. All right, we got a quick programming note for you. Don't miss it. Tomorrow morning, big interview. BlackRock's chairman and CEO Larry Fink is going to join us right here at Post 9.
Oh, fuck. So that do you not hear that? You have BlackRock Larry Fink tomorrow right ahead of your blue hair data. White House to CNBC, U.S. tariffs on China now total 145 after latest hike. So again, they're wording that like it's a new development. But then again, this is the general idea that we had yesterday. That's so crazy. Oh, Solon. 5 years ago, Philo hit me, made me listen. The man said, get a lawn term. He said, turn this lawn term to a house. Now I got a lawn term, a house, and a baby coming late, Joan. Stop it. Bro, way to live a good life, man. Way to execute. Okay, beautiful. No, those are going to die, actually. But, no, what I told you yesterday is happening to a degree on the options. There's some options now that are not going up as you're dumping. But that SPY put I told you about is already moving up. Oh, we still have those other old ones. Those might come back. All right, you're starting to dump now. Bonds stop. But again, latest update right now is people realizing what they knew yesterday. But it's straight up your 145 on Apple. So it's literally, this is kind of like the reversal of the China stuff where once again you're getting the same like reiteration. Does that make sense? So watch staples. See if those end up flipping. That's what I think is going to be very telling today. But the VIX is starting to go up right now. Yeah, staples are about to go negative. It's huge. I mean, the only thing is that you knew this yesterday. That's it. That's the difference on this news versus not. Is it big? Yes. Is it new? I would say debatable. But again, you're just now, you're re-reacting to it as we're getting all of this. You know, again, you're down 4% almost. Yeah, they scammed on them. Because this, like I said, individuals, those SPY plays are still up like 30. I want that down 60. But yeah, you're near the low. Watch out. Again, some of the VIX plays, you could get the cheap ones, but at this point, remember, you're already down 4. So, again, I think 52.50, that's when you'll probably get the premium blowout, but it's still, again, I think the SPYs are really expensive. Oh, yeah, Euro closes in 30 minutes. You're right. And then gold, meanwhile, second time it's done this today. So, look, the first low, gold bottomed out and then ripped. Now you're on the second low with gold hitting another 52-week high. Fed Bowman inflation came down. CPI demonstrates that. Yeah, the yen is up 2%. That's the crazy. Again, like I still can't find any semblance of connectivity today. I mean, just 4% NASDAQ, 2% yen, dollars down 1, some currencies up 0.5, some up 1%, Bitcoin only down 1, bonds down 1.5. So very, very odd one. So get ready here, though. I mean, premiums are just... They're 30% higher from the morning on the SPY. Individual names, some of the puts are cheaper. So that's what I'm saying there. Like individual, like Apple, Tesla, the puts aren't, Tesla puts are expensive. But the Apple puts are cheaper. So Tesla has mad premium moving down. Apple does not. And then let me check Boeing. A Bow. I think discombobulated is a good word. Nope, Apple puts haven't reacted. Those are the only ones that are not going up on the drop. Meanwhile, everything else is actually holding a premium. Fed Bowman waiting to see evolving policies affect economy. Carlos, welcome. The Walmart premiums are still holding. Yeah, there's a couple of things that are just holding. And I'm looking at Staples because, yeah, that's all I really played this morning. XLP. So that's coming down. Staples going negative. Bonds about to flush again. Yesterday's news was a pump and dump. No, I mean... I just don't think people are comprehending how big yesterday was. Like, you guys realize we moved up 12% on the NASDAQ? So you're just here. Even if we sell off another half of it, we're still... It was just massive, man. So there's just that's what I was saying. I've never seen a day like yesterday. I was young, bro. I was too early, too young. So that's what I'm saying. Even the follow-up, like, I have no idea what to expect today. I did say caution, looking out for a hangover, but, yeah, when it's all said and done, I mean, I think we need to recalibrate some things. Some things got better. Some of the bad still remains. You can't just talk it away. But at the end of the day, we're like, we got to work that out and figure it out, but I don't think I just wouldn't make up your mind too much. I think yesterday we advanced in one direction of things getting better. A lot of other worries still remain, and that's where we're at right now. And then we'll see tomorrow. And then CPI was good, but tomorrow, I think if you are going to give up another half of this, it'll be tomorrow, or we'll see if we ignore it. But that's kind of what we're waiting for. That one little data reaction, and then ultimately the next policy update that will drive this. But uncertainty remains. Things got better. Not out of the woods completely, but you're definitely not getting assaulted like you were 24 hours ago. I think assaulted is the right word, no? who invested $15K opening new businesses, designing kitchens, selling cabinets. Wow. It could be good. Hit up Big Mike. We got some big guys. Like, he's big. Like, naturally, he's a big dude. That's why we call him Big Mike. But he does a lot of transactions in Kansas City. So he's also big in that sense, too. But, yeah, you should hit him up. Email me. I'll forward him to you. Because he does real estate. You do real estate now, too, in a way. There you go. It's lit. All righty. 8:06, 30 minutes away from Euro close. Not a bad day, Chad. I think a lot of tension, though. Is that how you I call it a hangover, but I think people have a lot of tension. I think you got people, they think we could dump 10%. Some people thinking we're still going to run 10%. I think it's just tension might be the better way. Big Mike is certified. Yeah, he helped you with your crib. I forgot about that. Yeah, you've met him. All right. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. If you would like to buy a membership, you might get something at 10 a.m. It's called members only. That's what you get. There's no, you don't even have to wonder. It's not even that deep. Okay, I'll be right back. I need a carbo too. We need to caffeinate.
There's a lot of speculation yesterday in the first flurry when we were still trying to nail down the details as to whether the EU would also fall to the lower 10% rate or stay where it was because it had at least voted to approve some retaliation. I would think Europe gets to be pretty high on that list, partly because I think if there's not progress made with the bloc, this administration might want to go higher and we might see further retaliation. So I would imagine pretty high on that list.
Yeah, well, and they have money. Like, they can buy more American gas. They can help, and they can close some of their trading barriers, like tariffs. Thank you, Megan. We'll come back to you as soon as you learn more. Megan Cassell in Washington. Let's get to the markets. The major indices giving back some of yesterday's historic rally. Our next guest is standing by his year-end S&P target of 5,800 after recently downgrading U.S. equities to neutral. Joining us now is UBS Global Wealth Management CIO Mark Heffley. Mark, it's great to have you. So you took down the S&P targets, sounded a little bearish in that report, and now you expect what to happen, given the pause?
Well, we've taken down our target, but considering where the market is, I think there's still some upside. We have to respond to the fact that damage has been done in terms of where we see growth going this year, and that estimates, particularly on the sell side, are coming down. But a couple of things to note. One is we don't think that the earnings expectations in the market right now are necessarily that challenging for the S&P 500. Second, I can tell you that from our private client side, our clients around the world, they went into this year with a lot of cash on hand. I really don't think we saw a lot of panic selling at all. And so, and then there is some upside in terms of what we've learned. On Sunday, if you can believe it, and a member of the press was asking the president if he was deliberately trying to cause a recession. And I think that tail has been taken out of the market here. So that's why we're optimistic as we go through the year. We could see higher levels on the S&P.
What about bonds? Where do they factor in? Like when do bond yields become trouble again if they continue to move higher, as we've seen a turnaround here in the 30-year?
What?
Well, I'm going to give you maybe a controversial answer there, but what I learned through many crises is that when everybody in the administration, at the Fed, is really focused on a number like the 30-year yield or the 10-year yield, that usually stays relatively contained. In other words, what I'm saying here is that there are things that could take the bond yield higher as we think about budgets, as we think about inflation.
Very interesting. He said 30-year before 10.
I think there'll be some intervention.
Yeah, that was part of the story yesterday.
I agree.
David, people were talking about, well, look, it might be easier for the Fed, to intervene if there's liquidity problems in the bond market.
It's not. They're just going to wait till it breaks. That's it. At this point, it's one or the other. It's either we get out of it naturally like we did with the banking and every other crisis recently. You know, they push it to the limit and then let it come back down naturally. But yeah, if it cracks, I mean, Powell's going to react. He's just going to do it later. That's it. I think that's really the timing of it all. A business recently, wholesale materials. Any tips where you could get funding? SBA, believe it or not, I don't know if it's as easy. Do you know that, bro? During Biden, do you guys realize you could have gotten any small business loan because it was still under COVID? It was so bad. So you could have had a brand new business and then you could have gotten up to $4 million at 4%. I don't know if they give it away as easy right now, but I would look into that. There might be that opportunity for you. But in the last half a decade, that's usually where you've sent people, SBA. Other than that, though, I mean, business funding, it's going to be very difficult if you don't have any revenues. So don't make no mistake, any sort of funding, even myself, I've always told you guys, like, I'll invest in your guys' companies, but I don't do pre-revenue. You know, you need income, and it needs to be on paper. So that'll be hard. What you can do, if you could get a contract order, so let's say you're doing wholesale and you get an order, right? If you could lock down a client for X amount of dollars, you could loan against that contract, but that's about it. So yeah, it'd be hard. Oh, you do busy. He joined. He said, "Let me get this lead, bro." But yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if Anthony could help you. I've never met Anthony. I just met him right now. But but at the end of the day, yeah, I do think you need revenue though. You're never forgetting Free Money LLC and Hellcat LLC, bro. You're telling me? That pissed me off. But can I give you guys something? I don't know if now's the time to tell you. Do you want me to give you like weird relationship advice right now? I could. No, it's serious though. It's mind-blowing. Is now the time, or do you want me to wait? I could wait. I'd hate to bother any of you right now. Because, you know, that's the difference between me and Bloomberg is I do get the news early. And I get it. You know, I think I have good analysis, but I have ADD, so I talk randomly. So, yeah, I guess you might need the therapy. Calm down. So here's the deal. This is for all the single guys and ladies too. Ladies, you could use this too. If you start dating somebody, I want you to type their name into Google. And if a PPP loan come up, yeah, you dealing with the red flag, bro. That's it. That's it. There you go. Solid advice. I don't think y'all feel me, but it's solid because it shows up. If you don't know that, it shows up. Watch. Go type in that girl's name. Go type in that guy's name. And you're going to see a government PPP. Then you're like, what the fuck? Mm-hmm. That's why me and Selena could never work. I know. She settled for Benny. You know, Benny Blanco. You met the bald guy on Bloomberg? Which one? All right, coming back down. Unfortunately, I need to find you another shitty play because those other ones, they're still up. They're still up like 20, 30%. Again, the Apples, those are or even Microsoft, and then gold breaking again. But Apple plays aren't going up. That's literally your only one right now. Coca-Cola's still up. That's great. Is NVIDIA still up? Yeah. I don't know. Bond's still dying, though. So watch out for that. House approves Trump budget blueprints after winning GOP holdouts. Okay, TLT. Those ones aren't moving, though. They're scamming. So some of the TLT puts aren't moving. Calls are finally starting to come down, about 10, 15%. So, yeah, dude, a lot of the premiums are everywhere, man. Couple names, you got some movement, but like I'm saying, even those apples, the ones that aren't moving are really far out. But even then, they're still holding up like 100% from yesterday. All right, you're at the low. New low on the SPY. Again, 52.75. Get ready for 52.50. That's the level I think we panic. If you type in your wife's name, it's Chinese state media criticizing her. What? Dog! That's crazy. Okay, Yulia, baby. Good morning. All righty. Like I said, I'm not... Let's see those puts. Keep that one in mind. You could watch shitty UVXY calls. Some of them are cheap, but like I'm saying, the weird part right now, let me put it this way. Near the money premiums are jacked up, but those are moving with the market. Are you following? But the ones far out of the money, those are not moving, but they still have a premium. But they're just not moving on these little movements. Do you guys get it? So the only way you're going to make money, you got to shell out a little bit more. So if you want to get some of this 20-point up-down action, you got to be near the money, pay a little bit more. But then again, they do have a large gain. So if you get caught on any other one, like it comes with risk. Other than that, though, the out of the monies, they're not going to move until we get like 5% down, if that makes any sense. So like even the far out the money UVX, I'm not saying they won't work today. I'm just saying you got to like really flush for those to start juicing up. But if you're trying to profit off of that 50-point move up and down, you got to be near the money on that one, even though we are down 3-4% right now. Some 90 Walmarts. What is Walmart at right now? 90. See, that one's near the money, though. You'll spend more, but if it bounces up, you'll get paid with it. Yeah, all the safe havens. Let's see. If you haven't noticed, every safe haven in the world is running. Except for the good old U.S. Treasury. So, yeah. Gold. Yen. Swiss franc. They're all going up. Yeah, Carney says, I see that now, reiterates we will fight U.S. tariffs until they are lifted. No, TLT, the TLT panic level is here. 85, right below. I think it's, what did I tell you at the beginning of the year? I think 82 or 83 is the first level I told you before any of this happened. Yeah, I think it's 82 or 83. But then the low of this year is 85. And that is, I don't think, again, at this point, and then we'll see today if we actually get a failed bond auction, because that's still in the cards, but are you guys getting it now? Everything I'm telling you, even this opportunity with TLT, it's very simple. The bonds are, if this keeps being this dysfunctional and something breaks, long story short, bond market breaks, bonds stop working, that means TLT is going to plummet, and then the Fed is going to have to step in to fix it. That's the play. If you're not, that's what that guy just on CNBC just told you. That anybody's looking at this, if you have been around long enough, it's like, okay, it's either the bond market is going to fix itself and work properly, or it's going to break and then the Fed has to step in. That's it. It's very simple. Either people are dumping bonds, or it could be the fucking algos and how they're even being programmed with even the data and everything, but it doesn't matter. That's what I've been telling you guys for days. Let everybody try to figure it out. You just have to realize that it's not working. Does that make sense? Because those theories you'll never know. You might confuse yourself. The point is, if the bonds, why is every safe haven in the world running, but the bonds aren't? That means it's not working. And it's going to go from not working to breaking. And then if it breaks, somebody has to step in. And if now a policy pivot won't fix it, there's only one person who can for a little bit. And that it rhymes with schmowl. But yeah, that's kind of the whole thing. So it's either TLT breaks or it doesn't right now. In the next few days, few weeks, all of everything we're dealing with. 20 more points, but you could do that in a couple minutes. China has not responded. No, they did yesterday, but remember, it was kind of outdated. And then you started reacting on the Apple news. It was just a reiteration that Apple is paying $140. The same headline you had yesterday. White House just confirmed it. And then CNBC put it out again, and then whoop. Former Secretary Yellen says yields rising in recent days likely influenced Trump's decision to pause tariffs. Nice, Yellen. Thanks. I'm glad you're aligning. It's cool, man. And I think that the president reacting to the bond market. Fucking Yellen. I know, I had GME up earlier. That thing keeps running. Okay, VIX is on the high. So you could have doubled up. There was a shitty VIX play that they're already doubled up, but the spreads are wide. The terrible VIX plays are still not bad, but again, any bounce, those are going to get washed. They're just going to drop the bid. So I think you could still play the VIX if you're really freaked out. Those other SPY plays I called out that I said I wanted those to be cheap. Those are up 60% now, unfortunately. So those aren't. You haven't gotten any reprieve on the pricing. But staples are all holding. That's why I'm like, I don't know. Let's get a double checkup here in a couple minutes. But yeah, some of the staples aren't that bad. They did come down from a gain, but we're talking 0.3 on a 4% day. Yeah, NASDAQ 100 down 4.3 now. I think it is just chips. Oh, and then some of the banks, though, you're right. But then that could be the earnings hangover, too. We're getting ready for that. Tesla, too. I wanted some of those, but those puts actually ran up more than anything. The Tesla puts are running ahead. So those broke out, hit a new high before it even hit a new low. Yeah, Janet Yellen works at PIMCO now. So Janet Yellen has a better Wall Street job than I do. Rightfully so. You don't fucking spend that much money and not get a job like that. Gold again. I think gold was that signal in the morning, man. Not to mention the yen and the damn Swiss franc. Yeah, bro. Swiss franc is up 3%. Pfft. Yen is up 2. Bro, yeah, wait, this is crazy. No, that is very bad. It's getting very terrible. Every safe haven is rocketing right now. Nah. Every safe haven. What else? What's another safe haven we're not thinking of? There has to be one more we're missing, right? Water? No, silver is not a safe haven. Surprise! Sorry, guys. all the silver guys just found out. They're like, "What the fuck you mean, John?" Yeah, it's not a safe haven, bro. It's an industrial metal. I'm sorry. Yeah, utilities. Barely down, but they're still holding. No, oil's down. That's not a safe haven. I'd say Bitcoin, maybe, but that's like a modern safe haven if you're fucking 20 years old. But yeah, I don't know. All I know is every safe haven is rocketing except the bonds, which means this is another sign the bond market is still damaged. I.e., we are not out of the clear just yet, which, again, we've talked about. This is still not too bad, but once you start getting back here, but no, something is still broken. For now, at least. It's not, because like I'm saying, why the fuck are you buying the Swiss franc and yen hand over fist and gold at record highs, and then meanwhile, nobody wants to touch a bond? So again, you may have many reasons to why, but like I'm saying, I think there might be other reasons too. I think generally it's not working. There's a problem, and it's going to go from, an issue to a liquidity problem. I think something is broken. And that's why I'm saying if the policy pivot doesn't allow this, and I still think we're in recalibration mode, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be, again, that safe haven move is very, very odd. If TLT hits a substantially new low with all these havens running, that's not a good sign. That's a very bad sign. Likelihood of a U.S. recession has risen. Nice, Janet. Yeah. So, same lady right now. She's telling you about the bonds. She's telling you about how now you're going to get a recession. But she was also the same lady right ahead of the rate cut telling you to celebrate the last mile and that she believes in a soft landing. Yes. That's not her, but you should go look up all of her quotes from September 2024. Actually hilarious. New Trump post? Watch out. Yeah, Euro close in 15 seconds. Trump, congratulations to the House on passage of bill that sets the stage. Largest tax and regulatory cuts ever contemplated. Make America great again. Trump Truth Social. Oh, Bessent, encouraged by a Republican unity after budget vote. House vote more than a budget win. So again, they're talking tax cuts and budget deal. I don't know, though. Every time they've said this, it's never gone through. Like Walmart, it's holding, bro. I like the staples still, but... And then those SPY plays, 80%. The one I said to keep watch on. That sucks. That shouldn't have gone like that. That should have came down a little bit more. I don't know how the market's pricing in the tax cuts, to be honest, because I don't think I don't think we have clarity on how it's going to play. So we don't know if like it's going to, especially with Doge, if it's going to lead to higher spending or not. It could be somebody is still, I mean, even then, I was thinking about this yesterday because I was telling you, just even when I noticed the bonds like last week, we were like, damn, somebody probably got blown up. You realize somebody could have got fucked up from yesterday's move too, right? Yo, oil. Whoa, oil pop. What the fuck? Yeah. It's already, oil's up 2% from the bottom, but oil's starting to go up now. Yeah, Yellen says worst self-inflicted wound by an administration on a well-functioning economy. That was the worst decision. Not failing to term out the debt and then issuing the most amount of debt in U.S. history at the highest rate possible. Yes, that's not the worst move in U.S. history, but the tariff negotiation is. Thanks, Yellen. What would we do without Yellen, man? Probably be paying less in interest, but other than that, what would we do without Yellen? And Yellen's done more mushrooms than I have in the last decade, which I think is a fascinating fun fact. What would Janet do? Janet would wait until her preliminary 0% interest on credit card expired, and then she would max out her credit card. That's WWJD. That's what would Janet Yellen do. That's what she did. So she got offered no interest on 48 months of purchases on her credit card, and she's like, whoa, I'm going to save my money. And then right when the preliminary offer expired, and the interest rate jumps, she's like, I need to spend all my money now. And then that's it. So that's what exactly what she would do. All right, still flushing. I think bonds, damn it, man, those spy plays. Russia's Novak meets Kazakh's energy minister. Oh, yeah, where's my VIX, though? No, those VIXs the shitty VIXs are still in play. But now get ready. You're getting into panic zone. And now the premiums are going to jump crazier from here. Unfortunately, you're below the 52.50. All right, man. Game time. Game time, my friends. Your post-Euro close. I think you're either going to sell like another 50 points, maybe another 100 points, or you overshoot a little bit, and then that's it for the day. But I don't know if the market wants to stop just yet. This is the level, 52.50. You already broke it. 10 points down now. That's it. And I don't know if you guys noticed on these days, I'll give you these freak out levels in advance, but I don't know if you guys have noticed when we hit those levels, it just goes 10 points. And that's kind of the idea. That's why I'm like, that's not a good, you want to have support there. You don't want that to freak out. And if it doesn't hold, it just whoop. GB. Oh, yeah, let's do some push-ups. Stand your ass up. Let's go. Stand up. When I move, you move. Just like that. All right, that's going to jack preems. And be kerf. Actually, you know what, though? This gave me exactly what I wanted. I'm down. Nice. Yeah. I still think this one's bad, but I got a decent one right now. Okay, I'm giving you two things to watch. But yeah, watch around this moment. Like I'm saying, you're at the freak out zone. Couple of premiums have already been slashed. But wait, because if you get one more flush, I put one to watch. There's a contract. Otherwise, there's one you watch now. And then I'm putting out to the stream alerts what I've been telling you guys. If you really think we're going to flush today, the cheap UVXYs, like the fucking 80, 90, 100 calls, the ones that are just totally impossible, those are the only things that are cheap right now. Like if you otherwise, I called out a shitty SPY put here. It's up 100%. It shouldn't be. That play was juiced already. That's why it's up over 102%. So you got to watch out for that one. But other than that, it's either cheap UVXY, individuals, Merck. Oh, shit, I hit the wrong one. Check Merck. That looks big. 77.40, not too big. Boom. Then PPG. Isn't that food? Pilgrims, right? No, PPG. Yeah, stream alerts are not available in Europe or Canada. It wasn't meant to be like this, but it's a very like MAGA thing because it's America only. I didn't intend for that to happen, but yeah, dollar on track for the largest one-day fall against the Swiss franc since January 2015. Okay, you're dancing around here. Like I'm saying, watch those premiums. You took the alert? Yeah, you took them? Like I said, I was like, if you're scared, take them. Or if you feel like you're going to go down, like that was it. But if you were trying to be like cautious on premium, you waited on that. But yeah, those hit. They fucking hit. Let's go, baby. Bitcoin dying. Be careful because that could go a lot. Why? Because we were down 4% while that thing was barely moving. Not to mention all these other wicked currency moves you got today. Yeah, Bitcoin just flushed another percent. And then SPY near the low. Like I'm saying, I just kind of make up your mind on what plays you want. Nah, man. Don't be fooled, though. TLT, dude. Nah, don't be fooled. TLTs are down 10% from the open. And then the puts won't move. They're fucking you. Yeah, I know. Be careful. That's what I'm saying. The hangover is real right now. So literally TLT is down 50 cents, 60 cents from the open, and the calls are only down 10%. Meanwhile, the puts barely ticked up, even if you shorted it from the fucking top. So no, it's kind of again that hangover is really real right now. I think gold is an easy winner, but that one you just had, if you picked that one up early, you got it. But okay, you're going lower. Watch some of those premiums. Walmart giving up the gains. Yeah, they're going red. Staples a little bit, one at a time, bro. Yeah, look at MO, Pepsi. Staples are going from here. Again, this is the freak out level. Like I'm telling you, you're already below it. So maybe this is where we watch some of the strength start to really slip now. Some of the more immune ones in the morning, they might go. Again, Staples, utilities, UNH, some of those other healthcare names, they were doing good, even when we were down 3%. So Dow Jones, 4 names green. Walmart, UNH, Verizon, PG, 26 in the red. And remember, it was like this in the morning. NASDAQ, 10 names green, 90 in the red. So another 20 names, 30 names went red on the NASDAQ in the last hour. And then SPY, 42 in the green. 461, at least 100 names went red. So Nike's given up all of the gain? Yeah. Holy shit. Nike gave up all of the gain. See, I'm so happy I sold some of this shit, you guys. Are you kidding me? As I remember yesterday, some of those calls, bro. Whew. I don't know. Oil's going up again. Watch out for that. Buying Nike. Well, if you feel like you wanted it yesterday, then this might be your last shot. Otherwise, if you are cool not buying anything yesterday, who gives a shit? Build up your cash. And because like I'm saying, I think June, July, that's really where I think we'll have an idea. I want to see. Well, USO oil. If gold breaks to the downside. Yeah, honestly, you're so right. Good take. Watch out for that. Because I bet you if they are going to get one crazy freak out today, it might coincide when gold starts dumping. Just watch out for. I agree with that. Watch out. Because remember these days when we get that liquidation, you're already seeing it in bonds, but then what happens? They start selling off the other ones. This is weird. So calls are going up now, and then the puts haven't been slashed yet. Weird. So look at you just hit a new low and then a green. Almost 1 point. Those puts won't go down, and then the calls are creeping. Now TLT puts reacted. So they're, okay, fucking scammers. I hate, oh my God. So look, are you ready for this? Bro, TLT, this is going to fuck with you. Remember I was just telling you how the calls are only down 10%? Now the calls are, and I told you the puts were break even. Right? I just told you this 5-10 minutes ago. Now the calls are down a little bit more. The out of the money puts just jacked up 60%. Just on those two candles right here. So yeah, still very difficult today, boys. Just watch out. Oh yeah, now the puts are green 60%. But it wasn't like that till 2 minutes ago. Even though it was we're talking a 20-cent move, if that. Not even. Then that put's still up. The put premiums are climbing. Hold on, you guys. Maybe watch out. Put premiums are up way too much. Oddly enough. TLT puts just woke up. And then now SPY puts just jacked up 30%. Stupid. So literally now, even the SPY puts just did the same thing. I was just telling you, I'm like, why are they up right now? They should have been down. And then now retesting brought it up another 15%. So yeah, new low. The premium jacked ahead of that. Your puts aren't moving? Well, it depends what you have. But that's what I was saying. Near the money and out the monies are moving a little different. That's why I'm monitoring them so closely right now. I can't believe that one, though. Yeah, 150 now almost on that other fucking put. All right, look, homeboy. Gold. So watch, because put premiums are jacking up right now. TLT is starting to die. And then now you're going to get your boy gold if that starts going down. And then euro the highest. Okay, not bad. I can't believe it. You're still flushing. Let me check the shitty UVXYs. They moved up 1 penny. So again, they're reacting a little bit. So shitty UVXY still in the gutter. Again, that's going to be my late stage play. If I feel like we're really going to crack, just grab those. But for now, those aren't even doing anything. You could have got them at 12, and now they're at 30. 18 on the bid, though. That's the problem. And those are shitty. Those plays should not hit. Yeah, bro. So puts just dropped, went up another 50% from here to here. Calls did not go down. They're break even 5%, just whatever the bid and ask is. Who wants nothing in it? It is. I mean, you guys, I did tell you before all of this got mad difficult. That's why I hope you watch the watch list. But you guys remember I told you this shit's about to get even harder? Because some people thought it was hard in the beginning. That shit wasn't. But it was just whatever it was 2 weeks ago. After we went through the first stage, bro. It's just like, so I don't think the problem is that if you make this decision early, it will save you. But if you make the decision too late, it's kind of wild. Yeah, TLT puts have doubled up 100%. You can't make this shit up, dude. So literally, if you bought a TLT put at the morning, you did not make money until right here. That's it. None of these moves paid you out. But now, right here, all of a sudden, now it's up more. 122%. NVIDIA flush. Trump considers Turkey visit on Middle East trip. No final decision made. Crazy. Okay, the puts are not up as much now. So that SPY put is up 130. 3 minutes ago is up 150. But now the TLTs are running. Do I think my channel has to do with it? Do with what? The bonds? No, I mean, if anything, I think I've informed people before the media admitted it. Everything I've told you, they admit it on Bloomberg 48 hours later. Even Janet Yellen, yes or no? You tell me. But, yeah, and like I'm saying, I'm not even posting my exact plays to everybody. Very, very limited few have them. So I'm not trying to influence people. That's why I've changed some of these things. So, yeah, but it is, I don't know. It's just kind of noticing it first, and then that's it. But we have a big problem. I even told you guys yesterday, even right before all of it, and I told you Trump's responsibility, but just like I've explained a little earlier here, the bonds are very serious right now. If you guys don't realize the scope of your problem, I mean, you really have a big issue right now. I hope you get it. So if it really does, it's, again, we're talking bonds break, and then Powell fixes it. That's your only option if this doesn't get saved right now or in the next couple of days. You get what I'm saying? So if the trade pivot and the economy and naturally we don't chill out, that's it. Your only option is break and fix. That's it. Okay, now the UVXYs are going crazy. I.e., they raised the bid, but now they're widening the ask even larger. That's how my other ones did when I sold them out that one time. So be on lookout right now. Be very careful. Oh shit, yeah, they just jacked up spreads. Whoa, even the shittiest plays, they just jacked up every single spread on UVXY now. So now they heard me. Like I said, I gave you an early jump, but fuck. Yeah. No, just be careful. The early puts are up 150. You got some TLTs. TLT's up now. TLT's 150, but damn, bro. Little scammers. $110 selling bonds in China? No, it's not. I'm going to give you a 24-hour timeout. That type of certainty gets you killed in this market. So it doesn't matter what the reason is, you guys. Promise. But I do think China could be a part of it, but it's not as impactful as you think. You know, I would be careful. I would be careful. Okay, VIX. All those VIXs went, bro. All right. Like I said, I'm trying to talk you guys through this, but you just have to decide, though. Like, you got to act on them. That's the only problem. Okay, VIX. Bro, bonds are going... TLT puts are going higher on the bounce. I can't believe they just did that. All day. So you made money on 0.25%. The first 2% was ignored. The TLT calls aren't bad. So are you ready for this? You from here to here, TLT puts are up 200% now. Meanwhile, the calls are down 10%. So there's still whatever the fuck is happening there. Now they're just making it harder to straddle. Do you get it? You can't even straddle TLT effectively now. Because now the puts are overvalued and then the calls didn't lose value after a 2% drop. So yeah, they're preparing for the 30-year auction, but now be very careful of what I just told you. Because now the calls are not that down, but now the puts are rocketing up. Let me see if I could show you. It depends on what time frame, but yeah. I think that was the issue. It depends. You have to be closer to the money than not. But yeah. That's what I'm saying, though. Look. These are just the ones right near the money for extra day. But this is, they closed here, but this is where they open. You're down $7. That's ridiculous. And then, like I'm saying, they didn't let the puts run till afterwards, but now you just have higher break-evens for a strangle. Now they just raise the strangle price by 2xing, 3xing the puts, and then holding the value of a jacked-up call. The auctions are live. I'll do all of that for you guys today, and then we're gonna go members only for Philo. But so 10 a.m. we have about what? An hour? A little bit more. SPY call premiums held great. That's why unfortunately this hangover is it's odd. The SPY premium is down 13. The puts are up 150. Pass my license. Let's go, baby. First time? No way. Go work. Who are they in terms of option pricing? It is ARCA, really, mainly. But CBOE, CME, and all the other routing exchanges. It's your market makers. And it's just a computer. Just Black-Scholes model. You know, it's not like too crazy, but like I've been trying to, I hope you guys are aware of this stuff. Calls aren't moving up on that. See, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's fucking crazy. So literally, you were just like, oh, those calls are great. You're right. The calls didn't go down that much on the drop, but now that literally 1.5 point pop, calls stayed the same. You saw my chest on X? Nice. I stopped reading the comments after I saw some little bitch boy talk about my chest. He's like, you work out and you got that flat chest? This motherfucker can't even bench the bar and I gotta really? I'm like, all right, man, fuck you. But other than that, yeah, you could go see it on Twitter. Yeah, so watch out for TLT, though. Don't be fooled. Because if you're buying a call, it's like buying a call at the open right now. But you're $1 lower, $2 lower. Your call went up even though we're going down. Because that's the volatility you're in right now. You don't need to see my chest? Well, just... Are you sure? Gold starting to dip. Boeing, too. I would love if my Boeing puts came back. You just need more incline? No, I don't. I'm telling you, I have if anything, I have the chest of a Greek god. Maybe that angle doesn't do it justice, but no, it's objectively, you guys, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Not you specifically, but a hater, I don't think they understand. I just think they're ignorant towards what I'm really working with. They just fishing for more picks. Chinese foreign ministry responds to Trump tariff pause. Or? Yo, eyes up. The puts just went up more. Both sides. TLT and SPY. I don't see that one yet, but it's moving like that's coming through. So be on watch. Couple of words of some China stuff right now. I don't have it confirmed, but look, gold's dropping now. Ah! Dude. Oh, they're not going to let it hit. Fuck. I got an idea for you, boys. No, those little fuckers. Never mind. I had to play, but they won't. If it's not cheap enough, I can't do it. Those SPY calls are going up. Yeah, bro. This is a scam. Dude, this is so scammy right now. You guys have no idea. Bro, those puts that I called out are up 200%. But any call over here is literally break even or down 5%. So yeah, you're close to a circuit breaker, but this is getting reflected. Very odd. I don't know how to describe it, but this is a fat-ass move, and you're going down, but the premiums are not. They're already moved. So again, hypothetically, we just caught a what? A 3% move on the SPY, and those out of the monies went up 200%. But then the SPY calls are also, they're break even. Even the TLT ones, man. Your SPY call out paid for stream alerts. Nice. So what you should do is withdraw that money and actually save it. Because if I end up missing, I don't want you to lose on stream alerts. So I hope if it paid for itself, you keep that money, okay? Because I'm telling y'all, I'm hitting, but still, we going to run out eventually. I'm paranoid. It's very scammy today, though. Like I'm telling you, I'm watching that TLT, and I can't believe they did it like that. The puts are higher. The puts are up 200%, and then they're trying to bait you to take a shitty straddle right now. Or a shitty strangle. Yeah. I can't make this up. TLT is break even on calls. So, I'll just tell you guys. I did the straddle right in the morning. Fuck you. Why do I say fuck you? Because you didn't watch the watch list, and I kept telling you guys, you know exactly what I'm going to do in the morning. I just did the opposite of whatever the bonds did. So, I bought the calls, and then I bought the puts because I noticed they were finally cheaper. So, I straddled TLT in the morning. But here's what I'm telling you. My put is up 200%, and my call is break even. So if you did that play, your TLT, you could sell out both of them, walk away with 200%, and then that's it. So you, even if you strangled it, you could cut out both and win. I might just sell out the puts and call it a day. Yeah. I think I might do that. Oh, they just lowered. No, I'll hold it then. I want 10. That's good. They're still up 200, 180. Now the calls are green. You're up on both sides. So both TLT calls and puts are green. And now you're dumping other SPY play 250. SPY calls, dude, the SPY calls are down 10%. Nah, fuck that. So you guys know what's going to happen, right? Someone tell me what's going to happen with that SPY call. I know exactly what's going to happen now. I understand it now. UVXY calls. Again, I try to warn you on some of this, but you had to make your own decision because I don't think these were that easy today. You just had to, like I said, if you're scared, take it. I just showed you the play. I just got you in the neighborhood, but you had to decide what you wanted to risk or not. But yeah, you're still dumping. Now we're down 5.7. Exactly. So what's going to happen next, you guys? You know those SPY calls? They're not moving. You just sold off 5 points on the SPY. Out of the money, SPY calls are down 5%. So what's going to happen? It's going to rip. And when the market rips, your SPY calls are going to go down. Believe it or not. Unless it's like a monster face ripper. But keep that in mind. Because this is a I'm glad we were cautious coming into today because, like I said, I've never seen this shit. But this is like, whoa. Because I've did 5% moves in calls and shits. They're not moving. It's just moving really, really weird. So, again, I don't think we're doing bad. We're not getting trapped. We got good plays. But just like I'm saying, you got to be mindful. You got to kind of be willing to fly a little blind. You know what's a good play or not. Try to narrow it down, but it's on you to take it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I could give you guys the calls. I think there's calls you should be watching, but it's on you to take that here, but because it's like it's a weird timing, and even if you get the move, you might not hit the play. Okay, 5-7, SPY down 5. Again, historically, you don't really hit 5% SPY days. But yeah, panic 51.85. So I told you if we broke here, the 52.50, but now we're almost down 100 points. But I do think that's the max, man. I don't think it could go lower than 51.30 maybe. It can, or 51.50 will be the max, but it shouldn't go lower, if that makes any sense. Can it go lower? Yes, but should it? No. Because that's insane. Otherwise, I think you get a limit down at that point. We got good ones. Again, I put out stream alerts. There's a nice little put on there, but I said watch this. I gave them a price. I gave them the easy price to take. But then I just said, if you want it, take it. If you're worried right now, we were already down 3%, you know? And then same thing, the UVXYs, like I was telling you, those actually worked, but you have to be willing to do it. And then it's just a matter of, because again, we get a bounce, it'll go back to 3. But then again, we sell off a little bit more. We circuit break. What? So, yeah. But 51.50, I think that's your final one. At that point, I think you might get a circuit breaker. I don't know. But 51.50 is a very key level now. How are SPY calls going up? Listen, man. Just keep that same energy when this shit bounces to a new high and your calls go negative. You're going to hit 82 all-time highs and your calls will be down. Yeah, that SPY puts up 330 now. Fuck. That was it. That shouldn't have done that. You guys realize these are my shitty plays. So I'm stream alerting these. And these are the low likelihood plays. Like probability-wise, these aren't. That's why I'm saying look at the price. You should get it lower. But these are the like 3 standard deviations. Like these ain't supposed to hit, dude. That was just like the 535 yesterday. Disgusting. Bond 663. What the fuck are you saying, Lena? Jeez, Lena. You became a paid. Why are you doing that? Yesterday you were so excited to become a paid member. Oh, no, that's not the bond auction you want. That's not the one that matters. Not now. Give it another hour. Yeah, that's just mortgage rates. That's not the main event. I'm glad I didn't ban you, but please don't spam like that, okay? No, you're good. You're good. I almost banned you, though. I almost did. That's why I looked at your chat facts, and I was like, you seem genuinely excited to be here, so. Yeah. WWD on the low. Oh, shit. Them old apples came back, too. Ooh, I forgot we had them. Remember, because I ghetto spreaded that all. So I'm so glad we sold everything yesterday. You know that? I am so happy. Because remember, we were a little bit confused on it, and I was just telling you, I was like, yeah, it's attractive, it's tempting, but once again, bro, you're never going to get mad taking profits. Just, that's it. That is just the fact of the matter. Like, I know, one of those moves you're going to be like, damn, I could have made $1 million, but with how many plays we're doing and all these opportunities, just get paid off of it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because that's it. You will post trades if you post them before. Otherwise, if you make money, I'm glad and I want you to make money, but if you didn't post the play prior, just there's no need to flex too much on it, You just got a circuit breaker warning. Yeah, well, you hit 5.5. Small bounce. Again, manage that TLT straddle or decide right now. Do you understand? So I already got you a straddle that got you fucking easy money. But now you got to decide what you're going to do. Because you either close it out, take the 200%, trim it, or be like, nah, I'm pushing this shit. Because if there's a bad bond auction and it fucks up, those will move. Those will do very well for you on the put side. Same thing, any sort of bounce, it's already juiced up a little bit. So, but you have to figure what you want to do there. And like we just talked about, find out what you would end up regretting the most. Well, that's the thing. You guys don't notice it? The straddles or strangles are very effective, but it's a trap. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's what happened the other day, because if you try to do a strangle at too high of premium, you get fucked. So some days it works, some days it's not. You have to watch the premiums, and that's why I was telling you guys right now, it's like, don't do it now. So anybody trying to strangle TLT now is going to get blown out. Why? Because premiums are up 200%, and then the calls have not moved, even though it's down 2%. Okay, bonds or SPY coming back down. Do you know why? I think all the staple plays are just holding. So, and calls, just any of the calls are actually holding up. It's a very, very odd circumstance. I mean, you could sell if you just make it tight. So I would not sell premium in this environment with a large range. I think that's borderline terrifying. And I think yesterday showed why. AIRO IPO. I didn't know there was an IPO. MB. Dude, Nike gave up all of it. That's insane. Yeah, I fed Goolsby. Unemployment rate is around full employment. I think Nike, it's like 50 is the multi-year support. Okay, SPY a little off that. Okay, SPY put still up 250. Walmart plays are green. Boeing, those old Boeings from yesterday, that one call is still up, actually. And then where are the SPY calls? SPY calls are down 7%. That's insane. That auction's going to be at 10 in about 48 minutes. So good thing, good news, we're at least getting closer to the event. Because that'll be your big one. And then after that, we get ready and then start thinking about earnings and then some consumer sentiment. Master Beef? MB, what the hell is Master Beef? Anybody, are you guys familiar with Master Beef? $8 million initial public offering. Taiwanese hotspot and barbecue. What? Yeah, that's crazy. 2 million? And then they halted it? EIA expects recent developments. Said, I heard enough. I'm all in. Okay, SPY going lower. I just watch out for the prices. I think it is Taiwanese. So, I'm telling Stream Alerts to watch MB because it's only a 2 million offering, barely any premium, but then watch if we start dumping, watch if it turns into like the Trader Safe Haven one, if that makes any sense. So don't force it though, but I just watch it, see if we like actually dump. And then, all right, you're going down again. So please hold. I mean, you already got your circuit breaker warning. Remember I told you those Apple puts too. SPY puts are back to 350. Oh, fuck. Yo, they did it again. Bro, the fucking premium just jacked up one more time. They just went up another 50%. They shouldn't do that. So like I'm saying, it was just at 200 something. Now it's at 350. It just got another 30-40% just on the stupidest candle. So now the premium's coming up one more time. Yeah, and TLT calls are still green and puts. That's insane. All righty. And then that's it. Oh my gosh. 51.73. All right, you're 23 points away. So yeah, my shitty VIX from yesterday. That's why I didn't buy any, because I already had them. That's why I was telling you, watch out, but it's coming back to the same price now. which is, again, I just bought them really cheap, but now they're finally moving. But watch that SPY premium. That one's shady. 400% almost now. They literally just went up 100%, just like the TLTs now. SPY puts all of a sudden just got very aggressive. I think if you get 5250, if that fails, you're done. I think you're gonna really. Like I said, I don't want to have a premature call because none of them have hit. But maybe you get a circuit breaker. But yeah, that just wouldn't be good. Good. I'm glad I went small. Some other straddles didn't work though. Bank earnings didn't work. Fed Goolsby, if confidence is lost, cause economic problems. There's a lot of anxiety. If we went up 10 and down 10, that would also be historic. But like I was telling you, though, like yesterday, this morning, unfortunately, it is like this has been the only other time you've had a rally like that. It was like legitimately '08, like Lehman Brothers. Like that's not going 0 to 10 is fun, but it doesn't necessarily say it's the most healthiest thing. Okay, fine. You're not there yet. Give it a little more. I can't believe it, bro. That's it. I can't believe the premiums. Now the premiums are going up less. So from here to here, you made 100% extra on a put. And then from here to here, they didn't go up anymore. So I was up 400% here. Now I'm up 377. And then I think SPY calls are down no more than 10%. Oh, no. Now they're down 20. So SPY calls got slashed on that. All right, at least that's a little better. But that means it took 10 points to get a 20% change in option premiums. Blech. Well, I like the fucking TLTs, but... Yeah, those old Bank of America, the put side just came back. Sadly, Walmarts are still holding. Starbucks re-entering energy drink market. No, dude. You remember I tried that one? I vomited almost. I remember Starbucks tried to do that. And remember I ordered it? It was the worst thing ever. All right. Premium's still high. Watch out here. Watch the calls. See if they get moving. Well, a lot of volume's coming in. I mean, you're approaching the level. Get ready. 5160. Just like the other levels. Again, if it doesn't hold, you're just going to go to like 51. It'll probably hit 51 like 27 or 18 and then bounce back up. I almost died drinking a red line. I remember that. I drank too much. I was in fetal position. Those are disgusting. That was fake, but watch out. We're going to 5,000 a day. I never trust somebody who tells me that. So I trust somebody who makes a play and posts their play, but anything else is cap. Are we blowing up? I don't know. I'll let you know in a little bit. Goolsby, 12 to 18 months from now, rates will be lower than they are today. Interesting. So Goolsby was just freaking everybody out, but he did just say rates will be lower. I don't know what you want to imply from that. All right, you're flushing now 400% again, though. Puts aren't moving. Okay, I'm back to 400%. No exaggeration, the SPY fell $3. And now I'm at 420. No, I called out a good SPY put earlier. But it was a shitty play. It wasn't supposed to hit. It was supposed to be one that we were going to be able to monitor and get back into, but it just went. It just took off. NVIDIA 9. Oh my gosh. No. Dude, it's about to be a circuit breaker. That's why the puts are fucking, or the calls aren't going down. Yeah. No, you're about to hit the circuit breaker. NASDAQ's down 6.6, bro. Yeah, you're about point. You're about to get a limit down. You guys don't know what to do? I'm going to tell you. There's another play, but it's fucking easy as shit. Oh, shit. Hold on. Not really. I'm going to take a big risk, but I got an idea. $6.9. All right. All right, you're about to get a limit down. Is it halted? Hold on. 5, I think we're, oh no, it's still moving. 7.0. I'm pretty sure we hit 7%. I just made a play on, oh, that play already doubled. Scammers. Yeah, I have a play idea. I just stream alerted it. Go watch that play. It's just the idea. You could buy anything, but it's an idea to think about. Yeah, you just hit 17%. 6.1, most sell-off since March of 2020. Tell you? I would tell you, but if I tell you, I'm never going to not hear about it again. That's the problem. I get punished for telling people shit, so I only just tell the people who pay me now because they don't get mad at me anymore. But yeah, I play the circuit breaker though. The play has to do with the circuit breaker. It's just a simple logic if we did in fact get a circuit breaker right now. We pay. Well, listen, we'll see how you guys do on the quiz on Friday. And then we'll see how you finish off this quarter. You know what I'm saying? And then we'll see. But, I mean, I tried to tell the TLT, but I had to even ban people after just telling you one TLT. Too much, man. Too much. It gets too distracting. Okay, sell out of that one, though. Now, that play already moved up 30. They all went 30. Okay, sell out of that one I just alerted. It went up 30%. Do not trade. Yep, that's it. MB is halted. Did that go up or down? I forgot about that. I might be down. Oh no, they flipped that one. Wouldn't it be our first circuit breaker? Alrighty. 5-1. Oh yeah, look, 51. That's it. So we broke the 5150, and then now we're talking circuit breakers. It's in play, you guys. Now the SPY plays are up 550%. Jeez. Very fascinating. Old apples are coming up too, so just get ready. I have another play for you. Fed Goolsby, current expectations mixed. I want the circuit breaker. That circuit breaker is going to give you an opportunity. But literally, we're right there, 6.8. Does anybody have the exact price on when it circuit breaks? Because I swear it hit 7, but it didn't. Circuit breakers, it's a limit down. So pretty much if you go 7% in a day, they halt the market for about 15 minutes because it's gotten so bad. All right, there it is. Okay, I did that same play again. All right, we're about to 7-1. Come on. Oh. Bro. 5-1-2-2. 5-1-2. Oh, you're down 7-1 on the NASDAQ. It has not hit yet. Get ready. It's gonna fall any minute now. If this keeps, I don't know if the SPY has to do it too. But yeah, no, you're gonna get a circuit breaker. I mean, shit, it ended up the 5150, bro. Holy shit. Those SPY plays 700% now, bro. Oh shit. Hold on, my VIXs. I forgot. I have dead ones that just came alive. Oof. I'm gonna hold them this time. Remember last time I sold them and I got mad? Yeah, old VIXs are all back now. Fuck. All right, man. Well, I told you all that shit 5% ago. But damn. All right. Oh, I can't believe we didn't just hit a circuit breaker, bro. Dude, you just hit 7.2. No NASDAQ. No, nothing. I can't believe it. I got to put on my bikini now. It's bullshit. I don't know why it didn't go off. I think you needed the SPY too, but... Bro, that play! Oh, I love it. Okay, watch the... Oh, yeah, you do have Euro close. Shit. Yeah, Euro close is literally right now. Okay, I'm out of that play again. 30% again. I'm telling you, this circuit breaker play, just keep doing that. I'm going to do it every time. All right, pull back. All the calls, bro. Let me check that other SPY one, though. I'm looking at a different play, though. But I would not doubt those SPY calls, though. SPY calls are down 40, though, now. They finally slashed. We might want to go for another or go for the one I told you. There was one that I said if that play dropped, there's one that you really want. Oh, and it's almost there. Yeah, watch that other one. That one, because I said if that first one failed, go $10 closer to the money, and that's going to be the one. But it's still just right outside of the price range. That's the problem. But if you want it now, you could take it. But I'm going to leave that to you. Just join, baby. Welcome. I know VIX. I'm holding that, though, because remember last time I had VIX, and then they came back to life. But then I didn't and I sold it too early, and I'm like, that shouldn't be up. and then it tripled. Yeah, the calls won't go up, but that's why I'm saying, though, look for another one right now because they just changed everything a little bit. And now they're widening spreads on TLT. Apple puts came back too. But yeah, your calls aren't going to go up that much, sadly. There was one play, that circuit breaker play. I flipped it 2-3 times right there. That worked. But let's see. If we go back to near 7, just be on watch. Other than that, my goodness. Hedge funds want this rally they missed. I don't have any bias. I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to look at plays. If it's a good deal, I'll call them out. That's it. That's what I'm saying. I've called out some SPY ones. We've called out 500% downside. I think just flow with it, set a budget, and you'll be good. But don't have, like I said yesterday, just forget everything. Try not to, try to be free. Try to be free. Now that SPY put 300%, did the other plays move or not? Let's see. No. Yeah. So literally, that other one I said, watch, keep it on watch. 3-point move, calls didn't go up. Yeah, they're not going up, bro. Certain, if you got near the money, but if you are out of the money, they're not going to move. Not now, at least. For the kill, baby. But don't snitch, okay? Near the money is moving. Out the money's not. I wanted that hole. I wanted to see what was going to happen. That's why I kept making those moves, but no. All right. Not bad, guys. All right, let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I can't believe you just went down 7% and avoided a circuit breaker. I don't know what just happened. That should have triggered, bro. But yeah, a BRB. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. And God bless America and the vets. Amen.
Tomorrow, Bren, you own JP Morgan.
Yep.
It's down a bunch with everything else. And you have to believe that the commentary is only going to be negative or cautious or uncertain. How could it be anything but? Well, what do we do with those stocks here? Do we buy those on this really tremendous weakness that we've seen of late?
I mean, I think there are a ton of buying opportunities, to Stephanie's point, across all kinds of industries. And JP Morgan, in our view, is best in class financial. So yes, I think it is viable where it's at today. But I think one thing we're going to hear, and there was so much hopefulness about the IPO market coming back, about M&A activity picking up, and that, unfortunately, in this current here and now is dead, business. So that's not coming back. But I think we will also hear a little bit about the consumer, probably, from Jamie Dimon. And the message over the last many quarters has been the consumer is still pretty healthy, still have a lot of deposits, so that's a positive. But I do think that we're likely to hear about uncertainty, especially when it comes to capital markets activity and lending, and how that factors into their businesses.
I think what will be also really interesting on the consumer is Brian Moynihan, because whereas Jamie
he has a front row
right?
seat.
Mm-hmm. Brian Moynihan last quarter was like the consumer spending quarter over quarter, year over year. The consumer is still very strong, and so I think Bank of America has a very important read on if he's seen any pivots within that consumption in the consumer, because he goes into a lot of detail about how much they're spending. But that, to me, is going to be a really important earnings report. But I do want to go back to the White House administration. Besson has talked about it every time he can. This is about Main Street, the next 4 years, not Wall Street. A recession, tariffs, all of those immediately the lower income, like 38% of their salary is spent on goods. The upper 10%, it's like 10% on goods. They are not going to derail the base that got them elected, and that's where I think level heads need to prevail and say, hey, the recession camp, I think it's just too loud. It's too presumptive.
I'm just going to go back to I think there's a disconnect that exists somewhere in thinking the way you're talking now, that somehow this is to take care of Main Street and they don't care about Wall Street. The relationship, I don't know how many times we have to say this. Don't believe me? Go read the Wall Street Journal today. Or listen to people like Richard Clarida, the former Fed vice chair, who was with me yesterday on Closing Bell. The relationship between the two have never been closer.
Right.
Nice.
Have never been more intertwined.
Richard Clarida, the guy who was trading millions of dollars during the pandemic on private information and had to resign. And he owns a baseball team.
This might not have fully dawned on them, what you and I already know.
I hope so.
There was a Navigator poll that came out Tuesday, coincided with the bond market blowing up that night. Yeah. Navigator's a very respected poll, and one of the findings was he is losing favor among every group, obviously Democrats, of course, but also Republicans and independents, specifically on the economy. Yep. And in fact, the reading said...
Bro. Richard Clarida owns the, the Kansas City Royals. Mm-hmm. Bro, if you held that circuit breaker play, that one actually doubled. The closer spy calls, they went up 30. And then the original spy call play, that one's back to break even, surprisingly. So out the money's moved a little bit on that excess move. Okay, now you're green on that other one, the shitty one, the shitty one. If you did the $10 closer, you got 40%. The other ones are break even. Other spy put still up 200. That VIX play, you got to manage that shit though. Like I was saying, I got you 5% earlier, but you got to. I'm not. Again, you got to. I held mine today because that was just free. I held a lot of whatever was remaining. That's why and I only added staples in the TLT straddle, and then I just started making those flips. But my goodness, it's fun. Welcome, new members. I missed you when I left, so it's good. I don't know. Am I pushing it? I don't want to push it, but if you would like to buy a membership, do you guys can you buy a membership, please? I said please, but you'll get something in 20 minutes, give or take. So yeah, but if I missed you and you joined, welcome. I hope you get a long term, baby. Mm-hmm. Goated salesman, thank you. I mean, some people said I didn't sell for a long time, but I'm glad. I don't even think I'm selling. I'm just asking you guys, and you're doing it. So thank you. I said please. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, the other play's up 53. The near the money, or the first one, was up 10. Justin! It worked. That's what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, baby. Oh, welcome. See? I love y'all. Amen. All right. So what you could do if you took the second call and you had the first one, sell those to make pay for the other ones. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sell the other ones, take 50. And then you ride the other ones now. So that other call from here, 50%, and then get out. And then you hold the original and then rinse and repeat. Oh, whoa! Oh! I'm just typing out the damn stream alert, bro. What? Father Edgar had many sons, had many sons, had Father Edgar. I am one of them, and so are you. So let's just get long-term buy puts, then calls, market maker scams you all. Father Edgar, had many sons. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. I love it. Chandeep, baby. Edgar, Mike, Steen, Soothing, Steven, Garrett, Savage. Welcome. Wow. Now watch. All of a sudden, you're going to they'll be like, fuck this guy. I hate this guy. You'll be like, fuck you, Josh. And then you're going to get a random ass fucking pro Joe Biden comment out of nowhere. That makes no sense. Watch. Give me 1 hour and you'll see. You'll see. I'm already betting on it. I already know how it works. Do you regret voting Trump now? Do you regret the vote? Do you regret it, Josh? Do you have a regret for it? So yeah. I already know. I don't think Trump's about to go live. MB. All right. Thank you, man. Well, let me know. Let me know how I could help. Oh, you're right. Yeah, dude. Duh. You guys. Bond auction. Oh, dude. Yeah, that's in 10 minutes. 17 minutes. EU and China start negotiations to abolish tariffs on Chinese EVs. That's crazy. They were so against it. Oh, wow. Damn. Good bond auction, no, just like yesterday. Because you guys don't remember yesterday? I was telling you, I was like, even if it's good, it's still going to, like, look at what happened today. And you guys were kind of confused, but we're not out of the clear, no matter what. You don't just fix this bond move overnight. You get what I'm saying? So if it is a good auction, I think it'll ease up some of the pressure, but it's not going to, like, you're still going to get some weird. It may not have follow through. That's going to be the problem. So I would just be mindful of that and be careful. But if it is bad, I think people will double down on freaking out. If it's good, they're just going to ignore it and then add that to the list of things that are subtly getting better that we're not paying attention to. I'm giving updates. I was just joking around on Twitter, but then now the market did go down 7%. So, because I just was copying, like, I was just making a joke. I was like, all right, if we give back all the gains, I'll post the pic in the swimsuit. And then we're down like 4 or 5%. So I posted some of it. And then we hit 7. So I was like, does this count? And you guys, I gave you a little feet pic. You can see my flat feet. Not just for you. But that's, I don't know. So I don't know what to do, man. Thank you. La 5? Big wine. What up, baby? Need Powell to swerve, bend the corner. Whoa. I agree. I agree. That would be nice if he did that. Would I ever wear a Speedo? Yeah. I like to exert my dominance on randos in public. Told you I did it again yesterday. I blessed everybody who was doing the leg machine behind my leg machine. I allowed them to stare at my bald spot. That's how I assert dominance in the wild. Yeah, bro, those VIXs came up still. And them damn Bank of Americas, the other SPY puts up 300. Old Walmarts are still holding. I don't know how. And the Boeings. Stop it. Yeah, those Boeings came. I'm kind of down, though. I think I already made them free. Whoa, another one! Yu Liang! Oh, my gosh. This is amazing. I got 2 gifted memberships before getting a fucking Joe Biden Trump hate comment. That's amazing. I think that's a record. You say the bald spot is where God touched you? It looked like he palmed my head then. The fuck? Like a fucking Spalding ball. White House moving on messaging plan to acquire Greenland. New York Times. Am I going to Turkey soon? No. You guys didn't hear. Everything has just been going in my favor. I don't know if you guys realize it. So all of a sudden, Benny Blanco is now considered the sexiest man alive. So I am the sexiest man alive now. And then you didn't hear the other study? They did a new study and they found out that receding hairlines are now becoming attractive. I'm being dead serious. So now they're saying having a receding hairline is like women are starting to like it now. What did I tell you? I don't give a fuck. I told you. I already came to my conclusion. So that's it. Whoa.
Thank you, Ron.
Jeez.
Meeting.
Hold on.
Talking about a lot of different things. Consumer.
Gee, yeah, he's live, but the audio is terrible. Please hold.
Prescription drug prices are even to down. We're doing very well. It's been amazing. We had a big day yesterday. I'm trying to find a better feed. There'll always be transition difficulty, but we had in history it was the biggest day in history. It was the biggest day in markets. So we're very, very happy with the way the country's running. We're trying to get the world to treat us fairly. This is something that should have been done 25 years.
Nah, bro, you're right. Look at that, Chad. Great comments today. You know that? Some of you have added some amazing things to the chat. I appreciate you. That gold comment was amazing, and now that, bro. What are we saying? Bro, well, he's going live 10 minutes ahead of this bond auction. And then, again, you have the Greenland stuff. That's crazy. So he's moving on that.
$2 billion a day.
That's a very, very fascinating thing.
And when you think of it, we've never done that before. Never come close to it. And the number is probably $3.5 billion a day. And that makes us a very strong country. But we have Scott here and Howard and some of the people that are working on deals. And the biggest problem they have is they don't have enough time in the day. Everybody wants to come and make a deal. And we're working with a lot of different countries. And it's all going to work out very well. I think it's going to work out really very well. But we're in good shape. There's no inflation. There's very little inflation. And I went 4 years without inflation, and I tariffed. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China and others, taxes in China. But we took in hundreds of billions of dollars a year from China, and we had no inflation, essentially. So we think we're in very good shape.
The tax stuff is what he's doing today. He might talk about that more.
Again, there'll be a transition cost and transition problems, but in the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing. We're doing again what we should have done many years ago. We let it get out of control, and we allowed some countries to get very big and very rich at our expense, and can't let that happen. It's not a sustainable formula. So I wanted to just thank everybody at the table, and maybe I'll go around and ask some of you a little short couple of answers. Pete just got back from Panama, and he's been all over the place, and you want to give us a little report on that?
Panama?
Whatever else
That's
you
tied
might
to
have
China.
say. Everyone at this table is doing an incredible job, by the way, I have to say. Incredible. And the relationships are, it's like they're friends. They're really, the relationships are very strong, really good, really strong. And these meetings are very good. And I think, I don't believe there's any other president that allowed the press to come into a meeting such as this.
I like Nike.
These are very sacred meetings. These are very private meetings. But we have nothing
Okay,
to hide.
that first play, the one I sold out at 50.
I think it's good. I think it's a good.
It's the same price now.
We want to be.
So literally, I sold out for 50% here on the second one. It's the same price here, and then the original ones are back to 5% now. Yeah, the premiums didn't really jack too much on that. Again, and then TLT calls are green, and the puts are still up. You made more money on TLT calls with it going down. And then, the SPY ones are being a little weird.
A framework for U.S. vessels, first and free through the Panama Canal.
Because you just had one of the biggest days in history.
And then also a memorandum of understanding.
So if you guys were on the watch list last year, I spent like 20 minutes talking about this. Just because I'm like, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. It's going to be a weird hangover. There's, you don't get moves like this too often.
Jointly with Panama to secure the Panama Canal from Chinese influence. That's something you said, we're taking back the canal. China's had too much influence. Obama and others let them creep in. We, along with Panama, are pushing him out, sir. And so we had a very successful trip there. President Molino sends his regards, very complimentary of the U.S. He's a great ally, and I think they want the Communist Chinese out. And with our troops there partnering with their forces, we've got a chance to push them all the way out, sir.
We've moved a lot of troops to Panama and filled up some areas that we used to have, and we didn't have any longer, but we have them now. And I think it's in very good control, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Pete. Very good. Howard?
So, so we've have so many countries.
Troops in Panama?
It is, it's incredible. I think Scott and I, I'm not sure we could ever have enough time in the day to talk to all these countries because they want to talk and they want to talk now. And they come with offers that they never,
China.
ever would have come
that's
with.
probably off the
But
UK
for,
thing, bro.
The moves that the president has made, demanding that people treat the United States with respect. We're getting the respect we deserve now, and I think you're going to see historic deals, one after the other. And then I'm very excited that within a week and a half, we're going to start with the gold card. And the Trump card is coming out, and we're very excited about that, and that's coming soon. So very excited.
Good. Thank you very much. Good job. Linda?
Well, on a couple of fronts, we have been addressing the issue of anti-Semitism on campuses. There's been some grant funding and contract funding that we've reviewed, and some we've canceled, and some we've put on hold, waiting for that, while we do an investigation. On the other side of what my responsibilities are, and having education go back to the states, we're meeting and talking with governors. I was with, this week, all 50 commissioners of education around the country, and because we also want to provide them with tools and best practices as education does move back to the states. Making great progress, great response from the states, and very positive.
And what about colleges? You're holding back $400 million from Columbia.
Canada is planning a meeting with U.S. banks following Trump complaint.
$60 billion fund, and we're giving them $8 billion. And we're trying to figure that out. And then they hire de Blasio, the worst mayor in the history of New York.
Yeah, Bonds in 5.
A woman from Chicago who was a disaster, total disaster. And they pay them massive salaries, and they're supposed to be teaching you government. That's not Harvard. That's not Harvard the way it used to be. So do you have anything to say about that? The dollars you're holding back from quite a few universities that were not behaving.
Yeah, and the other, there's some Princeton, Cornell, others that are coming in, and actually getting calls now from the presidents of the universities who really do want to come in and sit down and have discussions. And so we're investigating them, but in the meantime, we're holding back the grant and the fund money.
Okay, great job. Thank you.
Very thankful for the House voting for the President's budget resolution along with the Senate bill. Made a ton of progress this week in working with members to ensure that a desire for flexibility in the Senate was not misconstrued as a desire not to slow and do spending reforms. And so we're very thankful for that. And now we can get after writing that bill, getting the President as big a package of his agenda to his desk. So very good week.
We just got the House vote, and now we're well on our way to getting, as we call it, the great big beautiful bill.
I think
It's
no
a
put
beauty.
is up
There's never
250.
been a bill like this one.
Calls are
We're
up
trying to get it all
8%.
into one beautiful bill. It's tax cuts, regulation,
And then
cuts,
if you
and
bought this
many
dip,
other
you got
things.
50% on the
border,
call.
A lot of money for the border, where you're doing a fantastic job. So, but we just got a report that we, as you know, you knew before us. Were you surprised we got the vote? We got the vote, and we're happy to get the vote. So I think we're going to be in very good shape. Okay, please.
Mr. President, last year, the Chinese received 1,700 orders for new ships. American shipyards received 5. Under your leadership, like so many other industries, we are going to revitalize and make shipbuilding and maritime great again with these blue-collar jobs. These are the cranes, the ports, opportunity zones, and drive that investment back in. And we have, under that executive order, and also one to streamline foreign military sales for people that want to buy our equipment, and of course acquisition reform, all just this week under your leadership, Mr. President.
So we're going to be rebuilding our shipbuilding business. We may would have to go to Congress for this, but we may buy some ships from other countries that we're close to and that do great jobs with ships. But we're going to.
He just said we may buy chips from other countries.
We don't really essentially build ships anymore, which is ridiculous.
So watch Intel and
It's going to be a very
TSM.
big business for us in the not too distant future. But in the meantime, we have.
Oh, sorry, I'm Middle
we have
Eastern.
countries that do very
Never
well.
mind.
At
Yeah, I
building
thought he said
ships,
ships.
and we'll be dealing with
I
those
said
countries.
ships,
and we may be
Habibi.
ordering,
Oh,
top of the line
excuse me.
ships from
Sorry.
those countries.
Ships, not ships.
And within a fairly short period of time,
Very
we'll be
big
building our own
difference.
ships. So we'll
Forgive me,
probably have to
Habibi.
go
Sorry,
to
sorry,
Congress
sorry. I
for
get
that.
excited.
But,
He
well,
said
no,
ship,
we're not
a
gonna have a
ship.
problem.
What is different?
Susie,
A
thank
ship,
you very
a
much
ship.
for the job you've
A
done.
ship,
Go
ship.
ahead, please.
Yalla,
I just wanted to make
Nike.
sure you know that this cabinet, I think, pretty uniquely collaborates and cooperates and
Donald.
works together.
Appreciate you,
to
Donald.
accomplish
Thank you, DJT. So even though there's questions going on, I am muting the president. I know, that's wild. But here's the deal. We got the wire up. Let me throw it up because we're going to go to Philo anyways. But your bond auction is about to hit. So just like yesterday, the 30 years not as important because usually it doesn't have demand anyways. But let's find out. We're going to get a when issued, WI, and then if it's higher, that's bad. If it's lower, it's good. If dealers take down more than 60% of the auction, that would be a virtual failure. So let's see what happens, but you're going to get that in about 30 seconds. We'll get the when issued, and then you're going to get the results in about 2 minutes. So get ready. We have a straddle with TLT, so you guys better finalize that right now because you're up on both sides still by way more now. Holy shit, yeah. Bro, you have 400% almost on the put, and then the call is up. Just break even by 7%. You could sell out both right now and win if you exit ahead of the auction. So if you close that straddle, okay, you're running out of time. Hot dog, they're widening spreads. All right, where is it? Tell me when you get the when issued. I don't see it yet. TLT is up. How come I don't see it? There it is, 4839. So 4839 is the number. I'm posting that in the chat. Yep, 4839. That's very high. Okay, get ready. Give it another minute. That number is going to come up right here. 4839. Yesterday was a 10-year. This is a 30-year. So you guys are saying it's high, but there's only a half a basis point for 20 years. 20-year gap. Oh, we'll die if it hits 5% for sure. It'll be ugly. All right, get ready. Give it 40 seconds or so. It could come out prior, maybe a little later, but just eyes on watch. You'll see TLT move, maybe even the SPY. Oh, wow, they're jacking up the puts. Whoa, 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 whoa. Puts just... Okay. Please hold while we connect your puts. Okay, they dropped the calls now, the bid. Yeah, bro. 4, 8, 3, 9. Get ready. 15 seconds. Lots of suspense. Trump is still talking. And the Wire misread it too. The Wire put chips as well. You know how I said chips? My Newswire said chips. They had to correct it. 4.813? What the fuck? Bro, that was a killer. All right, get rid of the puts there if you can. Did that fill? That's, bro, killer on the fucking 30-year. That's so stupid. So stupid. Oh, come on. Okay, I sold my puts. I took 200%. And now the calls are up 30. I'll write them out. Honestly, though. Yeah, wait for a second. That was a good auction. It's going to fade, though, again. Be careful. But I don't think the puts now, I think they're going to lose some of that hype. That's crazy. 4.813 versus 4.839. And again, this is a 30-year auction. These shouldn't be as popular. All right. The VIX, well, look at this SPY. SPY got something off that. Now the puts are up only 130 on the SPY, and then 14% on the earliest set of calls. TLTs they're not moving up as much. TLT's only up 27, now 20, now 6. They just dropped the bid on TLTs. All right, now it's back up. But yeah, and then the puts are dropping. I already got rid of them all. So I would get rid of that, and then we could double dip if the puts get cheap again. But that was a good auction. I don't think it'll hold, but generally, though, you just got 2 good auctions on what should have been very, very bad auctions. GFL. Yeah, gold. I wanted a gold put, but it was too expensive. Yeah, not bad. Okay, the TLTs aren't going up as much, and then they just killed the puts. They killed that straddle. You got the big pop. It just has to hold, though. I'm scared that it won't. If it does hold, the calls will run. But if you do what it's supposed to do and it comes back down, that's it. And then it'll then wait like 30 minutes, and then it'll naturally just start moving. But if it could hold, you'll be good. Yeah, dealers take 12. Wasn't that bad. I'm surprised. Secretary Besant, Vietnam deputy, agreed to begin formal discussions on reciprocal trade. So now you have official Vietnam thing. There was something of that in the morning, though. So I don't think that's breaking news right now. But you have Besant confirming that. Yeah, bro. TLT's ripping and the calls are going down. So you lost 10% on the calls from here to here. Love it. Love it. All right. Yeah, they just killed the TLT put. Should have sold it earlier. You could have got 400%. I walked away with 200%. And then now you just got 20, 15, 20, whatever the TLT call is. I don't think the TLT call will go down, but you should have been, any other day, you would have been caking off of that one. But then again, any other day, that put wouldn't have gave you that much money. So, give and take, give and take. All right. So, Chattadonia, I love you. I hope you had a good day. It's been challenging, but I'm surprised, it was manageable. It was manageable. But now we have to go to Philo. So like I told you, if you did buy a member, you're going to get something out of it, because now we're going to go talk about like God and life, and I have a bunch of quotes I want to read you today. So if you don't want to listen to that, go find any other channel, Bloomberg, whatever tickles your fancy. But if you do like being here and you don't mind me talking about other things while getting you the news, I would love for you to be there. So we're going to move on over. Where's the link? Yes, there it is. Wait, it's not loading. All right. Oh, 4389. I posted the when issued as well. All right. I will see you guys there. And if not, we'll be back on around Power Hour is when I usually am done. And then we finish it all on up. But you have a great day. Enjoy it. Thank you to all the new members. I'll see you in a second. And get a damn long term. Amen? Amen. Shout out the vets.